All right, check. 1, 2. Hello. Hello, welcome, Random Perv. We're continuing the donut tutorial. Brad Dog watching the Asdiv movie. I haven't thought about Asdiv movie in... Actually, no, I think I rewatched some of it, like, so recently, like a few months ago. Oh, man. God, that brings me back. That makes me feel old. Anyway, let's see. We got our Blender window. We got our Blender, and then we got our Blender donut tutorial somewhere here. That is way too big. What's the optimal layout here?
Blender was downloaded.
Oh, yep. Okay, we can hear it. Okay, I think this is where we left off.
Crazy of Blender development of the
We're at the
like I mentioned previously that the texture painting features of
subsurface scattering, and then we ended right before we modeled the plate, and then he said to do it as a homework exercise. So we did the plate without following the tutorial.
Blender rather limited and old. Lack the funds to hire a full-time sequence editor, the list goes on.
Liquids.
We could have all of these improvements today if we only had the funds. So
money.
last month I was at the Blender Institute speaking you like a plan. And the series is
don't mind me.
So
okay.
a stab at creating the plate.
And then he
Did you do
mentions,
it, or did you wait for me to show you the answer? Hope you did. If you didn't, you're only cheating yourself, as the teachers say. But no, seriously, give it a shot if you haven't already. I do think it helps you to learn. But if you don't want to, can't stop you. But I'll show you now how I created this plate. So first of all,
okay, all right, we're ready. You and your efforts to prep your drippy donut. Yep, the drippy donut. The drip. Anyways, okay, we got the Sonic CD soundtrack. We got our donut tutorial. We got yeah, I guess I'm just gonna alt tab. Although actually, hold on. If it's full screen, then it's gonna black out when I alt tab. I guess we'll just adjust our windows. Or maybe, yeah, do one of these. Do one of these. Lag. Oh god. Alright, reset this. Got our Sonic CD soundtrack in the background. Do our Blender window over here, I guess. And then our empty space in the corner. Let's get a chat showing. Refresh. There we go. You know what, chat? You get the corner today. Congrats, you're in the corner in the XP hill. Over there. All right, cool. Hello. Most stones come in one flavor. Neos comes in 3. Exactly. Oh man, maybe I should try and texture 3 different colors for Neapolitan ice cream on the donuts. Anyway, I was saying that I wish I'd done the drippiness in the center of the donut, but I guess that'll depend on like the angle of the camera. We can just not show that. Teehee. No one will notice. We set the render mode. Oh right, because we're not in the full rendered version. Yeah, and then the full render would be slow as hell. All right, we're back. We're ready. We're ready to continue. Technically 4 if you count the tail. Putting chat in the corner. Yep, you go in the corner. That's what you get, random. Anyway, I kind of wanted to chat about random stuff before stream. I was just seeing all the drama about Stop Killing Games and Pirate Software getting in drama once again. And I've been like tempted to... I was actually reading up a bit on the initiative. And I'm sort of seeing that, you know, there's a world where the points that Pirate Software is making are like something that should be considered, and also where his actions are kind of hurting the movement and making it really hard for people to see what's going on. And yeah, there's a lot of drama, a lot of shit stirring, seems like, going on. I want to say, what was I gonna say? why do I feel compelled to talk about random internet drama now? I watched Charlie's Moist Critical's response video. Hi, Joe Von Parkins, where he was talking about how he was making parallels between like how Pirate Software responded to the World of Warcraft drama, and then this situation, and then thinking about the stream that he did with Healthy Gamer GG recently. That was about the World of Warcraft drama. It's like, yeah, you're kind of right, but also you're kind of being a dick about it. Like, I guess that's what I'm sort of seeing there. It's a shame because, like, I don't know, a year or so ago I was saying cool things about, I was like, oh wow, Pirate Software is so cool. Oh, Thor's so cool. It's like, man, does every YouTuber have to fall into these things of being super egotistical? Oh well. You hates us pirate folk. Says we're all thieves who kill games. You know, if we're gonna go on this tangent, hold on. Where's my... Stop killing games. It's like kind of in the corner now. Well, anyway. Okay, one of the main points I was like focusing on when reading like Pirate Software's response is this part where he's talking about, isn't what you're asking for impossible due to existing license agreements publishers have with other companies? And in the FAQ it says, yeah, for existing video games it's possible some being sold cannot have an end-of-life plan. Games like these would need to be either retired or grandfathered in. I think that's a reasonable measure to like have your cake and eat it too. Hello, Temp. Wish I could watch. I'm at work now. Good luck. Blender's a cool program. Thanks, Temp. Yeah, Blender's really cool. Blender's really cool. I'm learning the stuff. I'm getting used to it. Also, I'm getting distracted by talking about random internet drama. Yapping, giving my opinion on things that I'm probably unqualified to talk about. I mean, as a consumer, right, it would really be nice for, you know, all these online games to not just die and be completely unplayable when they're done. I was seeing a lot of discussion of like people reverse engineering the servers and like making their own fan community servers for games after they're done, and even if it's not at the scale that they would be, then as long as they can get a few players playing. Was that in this? Yeah, large scale. Oh yeah, no, that was in the FAQ here. So I'm seeing a lot of good points in the FAQ, and I'm also seeing, the actual wording of the initiative is left like intentionally vague. And pretty vague, because it's just an initiative. It's not like the actual law that's going into effect. It feels like Pirate Software is talking about all this stuff as if it's gonna be what the actual law is, and I guess there's no like real guarantee that like the legislature is going to actually word this and make sure that it's something that's a reasonable compromise between consumers and games industry developers. I see a lot of people bringing up examples of like older games that were, I think there are a few, yeah. Bring up like older games that were end of lifed responsibly, and that probably isn't going to be as feasible for every single game, but this point in the FAQ also sort of acknowledges that, which I think is pretty reasonable. Anyway, I like the idea of this initiative. I think that some of Pirate Software's concerns are valid and probably should be talked about, but not like at this initiative stage. Probably more when they're actually, you know, trying to make this into law. I'm not like super politically aware, so maybe I shouldn't really be talking about stuff like this in depth, but I think it's a cool initiative. I agree with the principle, the pro-consumer aspect to this. We purge thieves who steal from the rich, get to ourselves. When has there been a reasonable compromise between massive companies and consumers when a government steps in? Yeah. I have no idea on the feasibility of like if there could be like a reasonable compromise here made. It would be pretty involved. It feels like there's going to be a lot of fringe edge cases to consider here. I don't really know what the best answer is, but I'd like to see at least some discussion on this topic. Anyway, I think we should get to the donutting. I feel like I don't have much like important things to say on this other than check out the Stop Killing Gabe stuff and check out the internet drama if you want to laugh and eat popcorn and watch watch people shit on Thor. Okay, let's get back to the Blender tutorial. We're here for Blender. Alright. And the Sonic CD soundtrack. Hey yo, hello Tiki Gaming. Hello. Donut 2, the sequel. Hold on, I need a turn on fan. I think best answer is always government steps out and company reduce costs and consumers. Yes, I'm borderline libertarian, as you figured out. I think that's a reasonable stake too. I think, actually, no, in this discussion, I saw that Ubisoft was releasing an update for The Crew 2 and The Crew Motorfest after apparently they were sued for The Crew 1 being like taken offline and like it being an always online game. There's like no functionality. And so they, like, I guess preemptively they added an offline mode, or have been planning to add an offline mode to Crew 2 and Crew Motorfest, which is good. Which is good. At the very least, if there's enough like attention around this stuff, then hopefully it encourages companies to act in ways that are less anti-consumer. But again, what do I know? I'm just a dog on the internet. I'm gonna stop talking about this because I feel like I've run out of enlightening things to say on the situation. Anyway, where were we? We were about to model the plate. All right, let's go.
I load in the image reference first. And I haven't shown you how to do that yet, so I'll show you now. If you go to the top of the screen until the code...
Not that it was taken offline, they delete it from people's libraries saying you don't own a digital copy. Damn, really? Damn.
So changes on that line there, just right click and then say vertical split, and then I now get two duplicate windows. The second window I can now make
where
the image
you do
reference first. And I haven't shown you how to do that yet, so I'll show you now. If you go to the top of the screen until the cursor changes on that line there, just right click and then say vertical split, and then I now get two duplicate windows. The second window I can now make any other window type. So the one I'm looking for is image editor.
Okay. General. Image editor. Okay.
I go image and open. So this is the image we're going to use. It's one from Polygon because it's actually one of our models. It's a real ceramic plate that we photo scanned, turned into a model. But I thought it's also just a really nice, simple modeling exercise for beginners. So,
okay. Click the link in the description. All right. Where are we? Plate model. It was this reference image. All right, I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna put it in our folder somewhere. Where'd I put it? Blender donut. Donut. Oh, it's a WebP. It's a WebP image.
Why not model off of that?
Okay. How do we do this? Open WebP. All right, there we go. Then EA pulled something similar with its old Dungeon Keeper games. That's when the feds took notice because backlash against EA is backlash against USA defense contractors. Oh shit, really? Oh, I see. I see. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, so Shift A, because you've got to start with something. Now, a lot of you probably started with a cylinder, and that's a fine way to go about it, but I know from experience that the cylinder's got a top face on it that we don't need, and then the normals have to be flipped, and you have to deal with the size, and I find it's actually just easier to start with a circle and then build out from that.
Did I... Hold on. Where's my... I forget where the normal view is. Face orientation? And then what, we go into... Where's my... Light plane, this thing. This is our thing. Here's our plate. I was gonna look at face orientation, backface culling, X-ray. Wait a minute. Color opacity. Wait a minute. Hello, Tan572. Nintendo's done with Power World only further justifying piracy. We weren't necessarily talking about piracy. I guess you were talking about piracy, but yeah, that part, like the IP enforcement patent law stuff. I think that's really stifling innovation. That really sucks. What am I? What was I doing? I was gonna look for was it this face orientation, but do I not have it? I'm losing it. I'm forgetting everything. I don't even know what a blender is anymore. Anyway, I was talking about piracy. I'm all for digital piracy, even when I did make games. I think that's based. I think that's a... I think... what's the word? I see people making, like, moral arguments for piracy. I think that if you're making that argument, then maybe you're getting a bit lost, and you should probably just admit that you want free stuff and you don't care about the developers. I see it more as like you should be more honest with yourself about your intentions with piracy and not try to like morally justify it when it's not as morally justifiable. That's all I'm saying. Like you can do that. You can do that and understand that you're breaking copyright law and it's maybe not the not like a morally correct thing to do, but also yeah, whatever. I actually don't care all that much whether or not you do it. My argument is about it being advertising. If you don't like it, you won't keep it or spread it around. I think that's a good argument for piracy. Yeah, I think the importance of word of mouth nowadays is a good argument for piracy. Like, I'm pretty sure Hakita made a tweet about that in response to a meme going viral about pirating Ultra Kill and with the caption being like, I love pirating indie games. I think that's based. I want Borderlands 4 cheaper than $80, even if it is free from piracy or Epic Store. Yeah, I've been just casually collecting all the Epic Store games for free. and not actually playing them. I think I got Borderlands 3 for free a long time ago, and I never actually played through it. I never finished it. I got like a few hours in, and I was playing with some friends, and then we all kind of gave it up. Anyway. Where were we? What are we doing? Got Tina for free. There will always be people who buy a copy if they genuinely like it. There will always be those who are never going to pay. The latter is the minority. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure about whether or not it's the minority, but I think that's reasonable. It is what it is. What are you gonna do? Stop the free spread of video game files? Or I guess you'd put de novo DRM, which seems to be working reasonably well nowadays at preventing games from being cracked. It's a financial pit for me to throw money to stop the pirates, as everything I do will be broken. No lock is unbeatable. I think we're seeing AAA games like stay uncracked for a pretty long time. I haven't been following super closely, but from what I see, like, it's not like they're immediately being cracked, which probably has some influence on sales from some subset of gamers who maybe wouldn't, who don't actually care about buying the game if they like it and just want to get it for free. Devs having funny anti-piracy methods is fascinating. Yeah, those are funny. Those are cool. And all the, I guess the horror ARG style of recent anti-piracy screen whatever memes that have come out. Hero of Logic, hello. After you spend 500 hours making a donut munch. Yep. Wow, look at this donut. I poured my heart and soul into it. I poured 1,000 hours into it. Spends 5 seconds looking at it on Twitter. Okay, cool. That's just, I feel like that's just creating things in general. There were 20 that lasted more than a year. Once one was cracked, all of them were cracked in a week. Ah, that makes sense. Better than the new donut. So tasty. What was it? I remember two specific examples. I remember GTA 4 having "you're always drunk" if the game detects it's pirated, and then in Serious Sam 3 they had the unkillable scorpion enemy that would just follow you around and shoot you to death, and there's nothing you could do about it. And then I think some people did like runs of beating the game with the anti-piracy scorpion following them. It's pretty neat. That's why people do the sped up thing with their work, so people can see the effort. I like those. Yeah, time lapses are cool. I guess in theory I could make a time lapse of this. It would just be my stream, but sped up.
So, the circle settings, so we want to turn the radius down to be, yeah, just, I mean, I think a plate is roughly the size of like 2 donut widths. Okay. Here, let's follow his tutorial on the plate, just to see how his method differed from my method. He directly called me out for using cylinder instead of a circle here. So let's try it. All right, Shift A, mesh circle. Anyway, like roughly 24, 30 centimeters, whatever. So anyway, a radius of around 12 centimeters. All right, so he does a radius of 12. Oh wait, are my donuts just huge? Now the vertices, that's the resolution of your mesh, right? Now, if you might remember when we did the donut, when we added the torus, I said it's good to start with a low poly mesh to begin with because it's easier to add detail than it is to try to take it away later. And that's true, and it's good advice for like organic flowy shapes. But in this case, I know that looking at the reference, it's got bevels, like tight bevels here and here, and it's going to be a lot easier to control that if I just use the bevel tool as we model, rather than trying to use a subsurf modifier later. Which is all to say that the resolution of the circle that we start with, I actually want to be the final representation. So essentially, this needs to be as round and high resolution as it needs to be so that I won't see any jaggedness in the final model. So I actually went with 100 vertices, which is quite high poly, but hold on. He wanted the resolution, so he did 100 vertices. Okay, interesting. we have got the camera really that I won't see any jaggedness in the final model. So I actually went with 100 vertices, which is quite high poly, but we have got the camera really close to it, so I think it makes sense. Okay, so in edit mode, make sure.
Okay. So he did, 12 centimeters, 0.12 meters for the radius. So a 24 centimeter plate, which means that I need to scale my entire scene, or probably the donuts more. Okay. Scale. I think that messes up our what is it? If we apply scale, then it's gonna what? Mess up the sprinkle size as well, right? Well, let's just see. Control A, apply scale. Yeah, and then it makes our sprinkles much bigger. So you gotta scale the sprinkles as well. And then we gotta adjust our, oh no, we gotta adjust the things as well. Oh, wait a minute. Did we do a correction? Oh, I think we did a correction on the... Yeah, or I could just continue the scene with my messed up scale. With that unkillable crab, everyone suddenly becomes a speedrunner. Is financial incentive to allow pirates as well? OMG, hi, Pink Feather Eagle. Hello. Financial incentive to allow pirates as well. There was one company who released a number of their games on pirate sites first, every time they did an official release. Based. Only one didn't make 5 times its budget back, and that made 3 times its budget back. Pirates do increase sales if you make something worth playing. That's fair. Yeah, especially if you like don't already have marketing, then I imagine it's pretty effective, pretty useful. Was there a scale modifier that was applying? Or do I have to apply the... Yeah, I have to apply the scale here as well. Does that look right? As to what we had before? I gotta increase the density now in the geometry node. It would be here. Distance min. Oh, 0.01. 0.001. 0.002. 0.003. Does that look right? I feel like we've messed up our the appearance of it. 0.002. Mm, 0.0015. We want to adjust the circle size. We'll do value, mesh, output object, scale from the original scale. Okay, hold on.
Make sure you're in quite high until I actually want to be the final representation.
We want more sprinkles than that, do we? Don't we? Do we? 0.0012. And are his bigger? I think his are bigger, so I think I'm gonna adjust our sphere sprinkle as well. Oh, okay. And these big chunky sprinkles, which I think are pretty close to his sprinkle size. I think. Might be a bit bigger. I think I want them a bit smaller then, though. Oops. Oh no. Wait, the scale doesn't immediately get applied. Let's make sure we're applying this scale though. Where did scale from object info. Oh, but now it's collection info. And we don't get the scale from the collection info. In that case, I guess we just apply the scale then. Yeah, now it's shrinking a bit. That looks reasonable. I think we adjust the distance min now. That's looking nice and sprinkled up. Maybe a bit too close, 0.002. Yeah, let's go with that. All right, our donut is donutted. Slightly adjusted. Who knows I'm pro-piracy at all? Happy to breed that dog myself. Boo! Nintendo have second biggest case to moral justification to piracy for to date. Ubisoft still has them beat. Understandable. Understandable. I'm not gonna judge. I'm just gonna say, you don't have to morally, you don't have to 100% morally justify your piracy. I'll judge the hell out of Neo. Alright, do that. Judge me for having cringe takes. Cancel me. Spread the clips, the evidence, blow up the drama, do all the drama tubing stuff. Hello, keep Lingo on YouTube. Piracy is always just and right. I won't blame you if you have that, if you see it that way. Anyway. Nice to see devs be nice pirates in the end. It's about people enjoying your game. And then there's Nintendo. Where were we? Oh, I was messing with the freaking geometry nodes again. Oh god, are we even gonna finish this this tutorial? This stream? Oh well. Rock, you're not possible. Return of the donut. Hello, Kamiboop. We're donuting again. We're making the plate. We already made the plate actually, but we're gonna follow the tutorial this time just to see his workflow compared to what I'm trying to do here. Where's our Please tell me that's the object being moved. Yeah, that's the object being, because we're in object mode. We're in object mode, so it's the object being mode. Okay. Nintendo looks like a company go after a mom and pop shop because of Mario name. It's still loose. Do not do illegal activities with Donut. Yes, do not. I would never endorse illegal activities here.
This needs to be as round and high resolution as it needs to be so that I won't see any jaggedness in the final model. So I actually went with 100 vertices, which is quite high poly, but we have got the camera really close to it, so I think it makes sense. Okay, so in edit mode, make sure you're in vertices select mode. I've done recording so many times I can't remember when I've actually caught something or not, but you can swap in and out of these modes, by the way, by hitting the 1, 2, and 3 key. So 1 for vertices, 2 for edge, and then 3 for face select. Okay, so with vertices...
Oh, I completely forgot about... Oh, no, wait. I'm emulating numpad. Oh, wait. Oh, so I don't have those hotkeys. Damn. Why don't I check my key shortcuts here? Key map. Was it select mode? Wait, so in this case, it's the, yeah, my emulating numpad keys is changing my, was it camera? So if we search for key binding numpad 1 3D view axis, view 3D view axis, look like I have a bunch of, yeah, view axis, hold on. Numpad 1 3D view, okay, view axis. I think we just, yeah, get rid of these keybinds for numpad 1, 2, view orbit, numpad 3, 4, view orbit, 5. Man, I'm gonna need to clean up these keybinds. Oh, no way, that doesn't actually fix it, because I'm still using emulated numpad. Oh, no. Hello, bare metal. What's the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Well, it depends. Well, it depends. Are you asking an African or a European swallow? Welcome. How did that get through? How did what get through? You're on a laptop or just small keyboard? Small keyboard, 75%. There's Neo's Donuts. Donut as a whole. Some can fit 2 donuts. Form a donut ring. Donuts. The big donut. Okay, what the hell are my keybinds now? I still don't have, oh yeah, no, right. We don't have, was it select mode? Mesh 1, 2, and 3, because now it's numpad 1, 2, and 3? Unless I'm misremembering, hold on, was it, actually, was there a keybind? Was it all 1, 2, 3? Control 1, 2, 3, it's not control 1, 2, 3. It's not, yeah, because I think those are, oh god, what did I do? No, I need these keybinds. I need these keybinds. Angry. Angry. Ag. Control. Oh god, what did I even press? Control Shift. Oh god, what did I got my overlapping blender and my model keys. Wait. Oh, it was that one. Okay. All right. Is it pink? Hello, Chase. Our donuts, they sure are pink right now. They sure are pink frosted. Might make sense to get a cheap standalone numpad if you plan to be using Blender more than just a little bit. TBH. Maybe I should just get a 100% keyboard then. Or because I got used to the 75% and the smaller keyboards, because programming you don't really need as many keybinds as say Blender, but I'm starting to realize, yeah, I like the external numpad because I could have that to the left of my keyboard and not taking up extra like mouse space. But then I'll be tempted to get like a fancy one and spend like $100 on a freaking numpad. 4 flavors. Welp. He's blushing. Oh no, how could this happen? There we go. Me pressing Blender hotkeys and accidentally triggering my model hotkeys as well. Fixed. Solved. No blush for you. Get corrected on. What's I looking at? Select mesh mode, yeah. Object mode, edit mode, yeah. Mesh select mode. Oh yeah, it's shift 1, 2, 3. Hold on. Is there a better way to do the emulate numpad? It's input, emulate numpad, default to advanced numeric. Trying to find, is there like a proper setup we could use for Blender emulate numpad? Like what I ideally want is like a keyboard, like Control 1 or Alt 1 or something would do the thing. I don't know what's the word. Would do like a numpad number as opposed to a regular number. Surprised you don't have something like that. Anyway, you side and top views. Numpad for Blender. How to use Blender without a numpad? Buy a numpad keyboard. Hello, Clanker upstairs. Get the $10 one at Walmart first, then if you decide you didn't have an extensive clicky key. You didn't have an expensive clicky toy. Nah, but I want the fancy one. Because I'm spoiled by my existing keyboard, because it's a fancy mechanical keyboard with hot swappable switches. Whatever. I'll just use my mouse. We're mousing for now. I'm going to start
by creating this lip that goes up. So E and then Z.
A nice one could be a cool macro pad for streaming purposes too. True. Who needs a stream deck? All right, I'm just mousing around.
On the Z-axis to about there. I mean, we don't have measurements, but that looks like it could.
It squeaks when you choose on it.
I think it's on a slight angle, very slight. So I'm going to scale it.
Yeah, my keyboard is not clicky. It's linear. I like the linears. I got used to it when I tried some Gateron Reds at a friend's house.
Out just by hitting S. All right, now for this next part of the lip, I'm going to hit E.
All right, what did you do? Extrude upwards, I assume?
To about there. Start by creating this lip that goes up. So.
All right, well, let's just grab all the vertices.
E and then Z to lock it on the Z axis to about there. I mean, we don't have measurements, but that looks like it.
E. Extrude upwards. The Z. Okay.
Could be plausible. And I think it's on a slight angle. Very slight, so I'm going to scale out just by hitting S.
All right. Scale all these vertices out. Slight angle. Ah, that's like the lip of the thing there. Ah. I see how you have more control doing it this way instead of trying to do subdivision modifier like I was doing. Oh god, why is it so sensitive, guys? Chat, why is my mouse sensitivity so high for adjusting that? Whatever. I think we want a bit more of an angle. Looking at this reference image. Or a shallower angle, or whatever. Something like that, maybe.
All right, now for this next part of the lip, I'm going to hit E to...
Although he did draw that in the corner. Yeah, it does look pretty... what's the word? Vertical, actually. So maybe... Let's see if we can get it looking right from this angle or something. I think that's... Yeah, it's pretty close. You can hold shift while... thank you. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Shift is less. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kevin Boop. You spend 3 hours
to extrude
teasing
again,
it.
But I don't want to move it anywhere. I want to do it exactly where it is, but then scale it out. So right click and then S to scale out.
All right. Let's do that thing. All right, extrude again. Right click, scale outwards.
All right, that's a good idea also to just zoom out and...
I'm just gonna move this plate in object mode so it's better containing these donuts. All right.
See, in proportion to the plate, is that lip about the right size? I think it is. That's pretty good. And now I'm going to do another lip on the other side, just going up. So E, Z to about there. That's
right. We're comparing this length to this length. And we have another lip. I think we'll move it just a tiny bit out. All right.
Pretty good. And then S to scale out.
And then we extrude another upwards again. Scale this out a tiny bit. Yeah, that looks reasonable.
As well.
It's got some pretty hard edges.
Now, when
normally you size foods to fit on a plate rather than the other way around. I guess that works. Making a plate to fit more than 1.9 waffles BRB. Yeah, I adjusted the sizes of both of these. But yeah. We did the food first, so there you go.
when you add in a circle, it doesn't come with a face by default. So if we go into wireframe mode, which also you can swap, sorry, not that mode, wireframe mode. You can swap in and out of these modes at the top here by holding down the Z key. So solid view and wireframe. I usually just quickly flip in between those like that. All right. So if I hold down Alt and click on this line, you can see there's no face in the middle, because wherever there is a face, there should be like this orange tint. So when I Alt click here, I don't see the orange tint, which means I need to have a face. So F to create a face. Now we need some bevels. Okay, so we need a bevel that goes here, another one that goes here, and another one that goes here. So we did that when we added the sprinkle, and the hotkey for it is Control B. But I don't want to just create like the same bevel here and then do another one here and another one here. I can do them all at the same time. So if I hit Alt and Shift and then clicked on these lines, if I did Control B now, I would get a bevel everywhere. But the problem is that I'm also getting the bevel on the lines that are going this way, right? Like these lines, which is not what I want. But so it doesn't know that I don't want them because those are edges that are also selected, right? This line that goes like that. So what you need to use is just a different tool. So instead of vertice select mode, I'm going to use edge select mode. And now when I hit Alt click on that line,
go to edge, Alt click on this line, Alt click on this line, Alt shift click, like that, right?
And then Shift Alt click on this line, it's only selecting those edges.
Oh. Can you make each donut 1 million tries, please? Think about the fidelity. Actually, we have the statistics on, right? How detailed are these donuts? I guess when you include the sprinkles as well, like these sprinkles are pretty... where's my... I had statistics. Where was it? Where was it? Where was it? I didn't know what I'm looking at. There, statistics. All right. How detailed are donuts? 55,000 triangles. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's that's pretty reasonable, right? 55,000 tries. Very, very highly optimized. The fidelity. Okay, where were we?
And not the edges in between. Which means now when I do Control B to create that bevel, I'm getting the bevel just where I want it.
Bevels, okay. Edit mode, edge select mode, Alt click on these edges, Alt Shift to add more, Alt Shift to add more, Control B to bevel. Okay, oops. Alt Shift, click, Control B. Ooh, okay.
On those three edges. All right, now the tightness of that, it's pretty tight, but it does need to be a little bit higher poly. So I'm just mousing, scrolling up on my mouse to about there. That's good. And now solid view.
How many?
Scrolling up on my mouse to about there.
About that many bevels? All right. Increase the segments. We'll do like 4 or 5. We'll do 5.
That's good. And now solid view. Great. Pretty good. All right.
And we'll just the width. Whoa. Hmm. 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 Hmm.
Getting there. Now, we got a paper thin plate. We don't want that. So for thickness, I'm hoping...
All right, let's just take a look at how that looks. Smooth shaded, right? Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay. I think 15k tries is the same as 2 for it. What if the root world is, the real world is made out of triangles too? We just haven't figured it out yet. Every atom is actually a triangle. It's just Unreal Engine 5 nanite. The real world uses virtual geometry. Your eyes perceive... I see all the discussions talking about, oh, the human eye only perceives in X FPS when it doesn't really work that way. It's kind of continuous. Neo seen running in circles to catch his tail again. LeBron James reportedly forgot to add thickness to his plate in the Blender Donut tutorial. Yeah, if these donuts were moved just slightly in, then they'd just be barely inside the plate, right? Right? Human eye can only see 30 FPS. Yeah, that that meme. Human eye can only see 1 FPS. 1 solid image. Quantum physics is just quantum because it's a fragment shader. Yep, that's what the quantum is in quantum physics. Quantized colors. Quantized frames.
It's our old trusty modifier, the solidify modifier that we used previously. It's too thick by default. I think I went with 0.004, like that.
All right, so let's select the plate in object mode. Go to our modifiers, add a modifier. This is in generate, right? Solidify. That is thick.
All right, and then because I want to do a bevel on this edge here, I can't do it unless this solidify modifier is applied.
Okay.
So drop down and then hit apply. And now in edit mode,
okay, and so he's applying the thickness because he wants to do a bevel.
I can't do it unless this solidify modifier is applied. So drop down and then hit apply. And now in edit mode, I've got both of those edges. So again, holding down Alt and Shift Alt, click on those 2 edges, and now I'm going to do another bevel right here. Control B and pull it out. Now you'll
okay.
see that it reaches a point where they start to overlap, and that's not good. I don't want that. I want it to be. I do actually want it to be a complete round form, like really, like.
Oh, let's see how he does this. All right, so edit mode. We have to apply the solidify modifier, which means we have to go back to object mode. Okay. Apply the solidify modifier. Go back into edit mode. Select these 2 specific loops. Alt Shift. Now Control B.
Essentially that. But you can see I can't really get it exactly right where they're just like meeting in the middle. So there's actually, when you're in certain states in Blender, you'll see at the bottom of your screen, along, let me just do this, along this line here, you can see you've got a number of shortcuts that it lists. And one of them says C for clamp overlap. And currently it's listed as off. So if I, oh dear, let's cancel that. If I, when I hit Control B, whilst I'm in this state, if I hit C, it will turn clamp overlap on, which means it will only bevel and to the point that the edges touch and then it will stop. And that is exactly what I want. So I'll just click to confirm.
Okay. So hold on, we're making the bevel. Whoops, undo that. Okay, Alt Shift, Control B to bevel, hit C to clamp overlap. Now it's clamped, and then we apply.
And now we have a plate. But when you want something like this, it's very common. If you're doing like extrusions and then you're canceling the extrusion, you can end up with vertices on top of vertices. And in fact, when we did that bevel clamping thing, I think what it's done is it's got 2 edges and they've now merged the vertices in the middle, but it's sharing the same space. So whenever you've got 2 vertices in exactly the same space, you can have like artifacting that will occur later on. So after I model something like this, I just go into edit mode.
We want to merge the vertices. We want to merge the vertices.
I select everything by hitting A, and then I want to find all of those vertices that are accidentally in the wrong place, and then hit M, and then I want to say merge by distance. And now you can see on the bottom
merge by distance.
It merged 300 vertices.
Removed 406 vertices.
It deleted like 400 vertices. Usually it deletes 100. Evidently, when I was doing the extrusion and then canceling it, I think I maybe did it a few times. So we had like 3 rings essentially in the exact same place. So that's why you do that step, because if we didn't, then you would have that and you wouldn't know until you see artifacts later on. All right, that's it.
Okay,
we now have a wonderful looking plate, and we can close that. Oh yeah, I should show you how to close the window. So when you are closing something, you can go here on this edge and you can right click and then say join areas. The other way is if you go to the top right hand corner of the screen, you get this little like targeting cursor, and then if you click and drag left or right, that will also
What do you do?
Top right-hand corner of the
Top
screen,
right.
you get this little like targeting cursor, and then if you click and drag left or right, that will also merge. It's
okay. Click this, move area, join area. Okay, there we go.
That's how you use to create windows. And
neat. I wonder how many bits you would need to make a fixed point number that spans the observable universe, and the steps are smaller than a plank length. Probably a couple more than 128. Oh yeah, I haven't done the math, but considering how the math works, yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable, right? We have what, 10 to the 80 atoms in the universe, and then a Planck length is smaller than an atom, right? I guess you could just Google how many Planck lengths are in the observable universe. All right, Google. Number of Planck volumes in the observable universe. The number of Planck volumes, cubic Planck lengths. Ooh. I mean, that's going to be pretty close to, well, logarithmically. About 10 to the 185. 10 to the 185. So take the log base 2 of that, right? And you get the number of bits you need. Calculator. Oh, I need to change a base formula. What was that? Log. Oops. Log of 10 to the 185. Oops. Uh-oh. 10 to the 185. Log of that. Whoops. Okay, yeah, that's just 185. Divide by parentheses. Fuck, I forgot to change a base formula. I forgot my logarithm formulas. Oh well, whatever. What would that be though? I should probably remember this. Change of base formula. Logarithms. Oh my god. Oh my god. How do I forget all my math? Log base b of a equals log of x of a over log x of b. Oh, right. You just divide by log of 2. Wait, so it would be 185. 185 divide by log of 2. 614. That's more than 128. That's yeah, that's like yeah, 615 bits probably. About that many. 615 bits. Thanks for nerd sniping me, by the way. I'm sweating. Where's this? What did I even press? Oh god. Okay, there we go. We found it. We found the hotkey. Deal wants his computer to calculate the probability of an attack on his butt. You exclaimed, "You are a calculator!" The computer said, "No, a good one. They can do graphs and shit." Sweaty. Oh no. Oh no.
So drag out from it, and that will split the view. It's kind of an old habit of mine, but most people just prefer to, like, until the cursor changes, right click and then say that. But I still do that sometimes, and then I forget I'm doing a tutorial and I have to explain it. All right, so the plate, we want to make it smooth, so right click, shade smooth. And the reason we have flickering right here is the top of our plate is overlapping with the countertop. So we just need to move this up slightly so that it's not doing that. And if you actually go underneath your countertop, this is usually a very easy way to quickly make it so that it's touching. You just have a little bit of overlap, and then yeah, then it looks plausible. Awesome. We have our plate. Now if I move out here,
okay, I guess we adjust this height. Go back into object mode. I don't know if there's like a way to clamp it. I guess from above it looks fine. I don't know how to perfectly line this up, but whoops. All right, that looks pretty close.
Yeah, you can see this big giant arrow thing. This is our camera, and it's just too big. The visualization of it is so big that I've got lines in the way, and I don't like it. It's actually a pretty good scale for a normal scene, which is, you know, usually.
Is this whole thing not centered? Views, but we're so I should probably center this whole scene, right? At the origin. Can we select everything? Let's see. We want the cube. We want the plane. We want the donuts, I guess. What am I doing? Shift click, shift click. Grab the plate, grab the plane. Move our everything over. I guess we move the plane to be more centered, and then we move the plate and the donuts. This is probably like a really inefficient way of doing things. And I guess center this on our quote unquote table. Roughly, visually. Let's check the transform of this. Yeah, we'll just center this at 0. Oh no. Oh no, the Z axis we have to center to. What am I doing? Everyone's favorite. 3D objects floating slightly above the ground. Okay, actually, there's probably like ways to clamp it, right? It's a few bits less than a long Twitch chat message, so kind of neat. True. Yeah, only like what, 600 bytes? 600 bytes. Twitch chat would be encoded in what, UTF-8 or UTF-16? Yeah. Yeah, like a long chat message.
So small that this camera is just too big. So in the camera tab, go to viewport display and then just tone down the size, right? And I'll go for, yeah, like 10% of what it...
Hold on, camera. Where are we? Camera. Where was he?
Tab, go to viewport display and then just...
Okay, this tab, viewport display. Change the size.
Tone down the size, right? And I'll go for, yeah, like 10% of what it was to about a 0.1.
Ooh, tiny.
Okay, great.
10 centimeters.
So what we want to do now is start laying out the scene. So first and foremost, I'm going to go into looking through my camera view, and I want to get the camera placement right. So hitting Shift tilde key to put me into fly view, and then just scrolling down so that you get really small movements.
Tilde.
Not that small. Scroll up a little bit, all right? And then I'm using Q and E to just change the height of the camera to be roughly where I want it. All right, so I'm going to have a stack of donuts. So I'm going to have like one here, one here, one here. So I'm just making room for that, essentially. I shouldn't use this annotation tool. It's being replaced in Blender. Like the new grease pencil is going to be pretty amazing. But anyways, it's the old annotation tool. So yeah, let's start stacking some donuts. So selecting the base donut and then Shift selecting the icing. I'm going to duplicate that by Shift D and then moving it up along the Z axis until they start to touch. Now there is actually some new snapping tools in Blender that is pretty handy. But from experience, having tried it for this, there's so many like little...
You mean snap the donut? Yeah, yeah, snapping. UTF-16 was a mistake. The mistake was just JavaScript using it for all strings. I love inefficient software. I love modern software. I love everything being built as a freaking web app, Electron app, taking up all my RAM. God, I was just watching, there's a video talking about, was it Excel added a freaking Copilot button, and it's so slow, and it covers up other cells that you're trying to edit, and it's so bad. Why software? Why?
Little pieces of sprinkle and everything that you're going to have overlapping anyway, because donuts are quite spongy, so they would be, you know, it would be plausible that it would be like kind of squishing the sprinkle. So it's okay to have some clipping. So something like that is okay. Now I'm going to do another donut. So Shift D again, move it up along the Z axis, to about there. And I want to make it an interesting stack, not just like a straight stack. So I'll move these around so that we've got kind of a like an S shape.
No,
like
okay.
All right, duplicate these again. So this is going to be a stack of 4.
Okay.
Like so.
Okay. I see what you're trying for. Was it Shift D? Duplicate, move it up a bit. Maybe it's clipping a tiny bit into the frosting. Maybe we rotate a tiny bit just to... Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm seeing the vision. It's okay if it's looking a little weird on the other side. Alright, duplicate again. Maybe move this one over a bit. It's like leaning off of the of the counter of the plate. Oh, okay. Probably need to move the whole stack though. Oh god, why do we have to do it this way? Because right now it's like clipping into the bottom of everything. Did mention donuts are like a little squishy, so if it's clipping a tiny bit, it's okay. Try and center it closer on the plate. Yeah, something like that, maybe. It's like pressed up against the outside of it. We got our leaning tower of donuts. And how many to do? Four donuts? Gee, Billy. How come Mom let you have 4 donuts? Probably adjust the rotation of these things. That's looking a little goofy. That's our donut stack. That's a quick trick donut stack.
And then this one.
I just ran out of room on my 128 gigabyte phone, uninstalled multiple very basic apps that were about a half a gig in just the application files. That too. The storage space for the simplest of apps, man. They got 4 donuts because he did what his sugar mama wanted.
I'll pull back this way, rotate that, go down.
Very sugary.
All right, pull it back a little bit. Okay, lovely. Now, looking from the camera, you can see a pattern that has emerged. So you can see this is the same as this, is the same as this, and the eye is very good at detecting patterns, so that's going to be a very big deal breaker for the viewer. They're going to notice that, and it's just going to make the picture look worse.
This side,
so with each donut select one by one, I'm going to hit R and then tap Z, and that's going to just rotate along these Z axes. But you can see if I just tap Z, that axis that I put it on a little bit, like just tilted it, it's now like reversed the tilt because I'm rotating along the Z. But what you can do is you can rotate it along its original axes by not tapping Z once, but twice. Okay, and you can see that the line has now changed a little bit because that's putting us now into the local Z axis. So the original rotation of that donut is the Z axis on that one, not the scene one. So
Z, I mean.
We'll do it. I'm not rotate it until I get a different pattern. So now I've got these little.
Not a Canadian.
Now this one,
I'm not
tap
British. I'm not Australian.
So it's the local axes. That's pretty good. And then this one, I'll do the
rotate
same thing.
Z.
And just move it a little bit that way. All right. And now it's a lot less predictable. Cool. And now the same thing for this one. So I'm seeing the vision.
All right,
so
rotate Z.
So Shift D, Z, and just coming in here. This isn't hard. This is just it's just a little finicky, right? It would be good actually if you could use motion. Sorry, not motion, like a simulation. Blender does have rigid body tools, but it's again, if we had more funding from some people, we could improve it because the rigid body tools are pretty janky. They don't work well for small objects, and it's very fiddly to set up. But I've seen other tools, plugins that people have made for like Unreal Engine, where placing objects is actually a simulation. So you just draw across the plane, and you could have like donuts just spawn in and like tumble on each other. And it just means that you don't have a lot of this
squishing, falling outwards,
placing of stuff. But for a simple scene like this, I would probably hand place the donuts anyway because you can finesse it a lot better than you would in a simulation.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the donut stack. It's about to fall over.
Making it, trying to make it look interesting as I can. Move this one closer.
Our other donut as well.
And then, so that we don't have the repeating shapes, R, Z, Z.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see. How many you? 3 on the left, 4 on the right.
That's pretty good actually.
Hi, Neil. Hi. Hi, Nicola. Hello.
Okay, move that a little bit more.
I'm donutting. All right. Let's place our donuts, make them nice and pretty. Can move it a bit closer, right? And it's okay if it clips in the bottom because donuts are squishy, so it's totally fine and believable. Totally believable. All right. Shift D, duplicate. Move it in the Z axis. Because Blender is Z up. As opposed to all the other software I'm using. Induced demand, same reason. There's never enough lanes. Just one more lane. Just one more lane. I'll solve it, I promise. How goes it? We're stacking donuts. Yeah, we got donuts for days. We're chilling. We're vibing. Whoops. Rotate. Rotate. Z for local Z axis. Duplicate again. Move it up a bit. Maybe move it. Maybe move. I kind of like his placement of things. I'm noticing I'm having to select the donut and the icing separately, which is maybe due to me organizing my everything. Rotate local Z. That's looking a bit too similar. No, they're different. Yeah, I like that better. Looks more different. Looks more unique. Is this a believable stack of donuts? I feel like there's something. They're missing a little something. You rotate this one. Okay. How many donuts can you stack on it? As many as my computer can handle. I like the idea of this donut touching this other donut. Although the clipping might look a bit weird. So maybe we'll just put them just close enough. But not touching. Alright, I'm believing the stack on the right. I feel like the one on the left is just missing something. I don't know, maybe I'll see what he does. Maybe it's the clipping is too much here. Do. Maybe I move this donut forward just a tiny bit. Ooh. It's interesting. But then I have to change the rotation move so I can believe that it's there. For the believability of it. My immersion. Immersion broken. These donuts are fake. I gotta rotate a tiny bit. For it to feel believable. Yeah, that's looking... That's a donut stack. That's one of the donut stacks of all time. Let's see what he does.
Did I not hit... Hang on. Did I... Z? Oh, okay. I thought maybe I didn't tap Z twice, but evidently I did. It's just... It's got this weird gap, which I can have to close now. Okay.
The side of the plate. I think we're gonna have to move the entire stack over just a tiny bit. I did not group these properly. Turn it up. Get down. Oops. God, I love Sonic CD soundtrack. We should move one of these forward, actually. Just 3D. These donuts, like, just don't even fit on the plate. Could always adjust their sizes, right?
Sorry,
well, let's see.
I am right next to a road.
See what he does.
Hey, I need an office. What?
You should give each donut a little scale. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And that would solve some of our problems with clipping. I've also wanted to go through this tutorial. I haven't had the patience. I went through part of it, but I never finished it. So I wanted to finish it. So figured it would make for fun stream.
Why don't I get an office right next to a busy road?
4 on base level, 3 on second, 2 on third, 1 on top.
With clock.
Who's on first? What's on second? And I don't know who's on third.
But I'll be moving out of here soon. Planning to move country. if I can. I won't say where I'm moving to. No, I'm planning to move to the United States, actually. Looking to get a visa.
Shift tilde?
Because I want to move to LA. LA. It's where all the other YouTubers are. And every time I go there, I come back with like a bunch of ideas. And yeah, so I'm moving if I can. Still waiting for a visa to be approved.
Oh my god.
All right, so I'm just making small adjustments here and there. All right, and the final donut that I will create, take this, I'll just take this bottom one, Shift D, and I'm going to make a donut which is going to be like rotated to the camera a little bit. So yeah, let's move on one axis, set here, and it's just going to be like this. Because this is a much more readable shape that tells you exactly what it is. Because I mean, these stacks could make you believe that maybe it's bagels or like little mini cakes or something like that.
Good point.
So having this one rotated towards the camera makes it very clear that these are donuts.
Rotate it.
Awesome. Right.
Towards the camera.
Cool. Now, it wasn't supposed to be that we have round sprinkles on this side and then long sprinkles on this side. That's just because we were duplicating shapes. But because we've done this with geometry nodes, it's really simple to just swap it out to be something else. So this one here, I actually just want it to be the long sprinkles. So in your geometry node dropdown, click long sprinkles, and there we go. Just swapped it out.
Neat. Okay, so geometry nodes. Round sprinkles, swatch for long sprinkles? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's so convenient. Oh, my God. Neat. I'm thinking we have it, like, on the rim of the plate. Yeah. Got the rim, the donuts on the rim. All right, there we go. Yeah, donut. But now we see the inner icing is not drippy.
I can say this one here, I want to have round sprinkles. This one at the bottom, I don't want to have any sprinkles. So it's just a bare donut, because those do exist, right? This one, I'll say round sprinkles on there, and then I'll make this one long sprinkles.
Ooh.
Yeah, and then maybe this one as well. So we get like two plain ones.
Ooh.
That's pretty good. And there's a big gap here. I don't know why. How did that happen? What did I do wrong? Evidently I made a big gap. By the way, here's a tip. If you so if you just hit R, you're in like tilt mode. But if you tap double R, so you tap R twice, it's now in trackball rotation mode, which depending on your view can be what you want.
All right, let's rotate this.
I just go there, double tap R, and I just rotate it towards the camera a little bit, and pull it down. Maybe that's what I did. Maybe I lowered the bottom donuts and then the top ones didn't go with it. If you wanted to, you could actually parent the donuts to each other, so that when you rotate or move one on the bottom, then it moves the one on the top. But I don't think it's really necessary, and it can be a little bit hard.
True. Yeah, you could do the parenting. Okay. What do you do? You just no sprinkles on this one. Although I guess we should be. Yeah, we need to be making these decisions. These are artistic decisions that we need to be making ourselves. So maybe this will be my no icing one on the left, and that'll be my no icing one on the right. Maybe this will be a round sprinkled one. But now, just for variance, we'll make this one. Yeah, we want long sprinkles, round sprinkles, long sprinkles, round sprinkles. You can't really see the round sprinkles on this bottom one though. So maybe this should be plain, and then this should be round sprinkles. Now it's just kind of alternating though. Nah, I like the sprinkles. I want more sprinkles.
To work with as well. So yeah, they're now touching.
Decisions.
I gotta move apart.
I have to make artistic decisions here.
Awesome.
These are my donuts. OC donut. OC donut steal.
Like this edge that is here, and then this edge that are here are just outside of the frame. Because our camera, I mean, we are going to add a camera animation so that it goes down, but we're not going to be like doing a 360 pan of the donut, so we're not going to be able to see the rest of the scene. So we don't need a kitchen countertop that stretches all out this way. It's just a waste of resources. So we're just going to literally just stop at the edges of where the camera can see. I used to think when I was starting 3D that that's like lazy, but now I'm like, no, that's like how you use your resources properly. Otherwise you end up doing stuff that nobody ever sees, which is actually a pretty common problem in the industry. People over-engineer models and things just in case the camera needs to be close, and it never does, and then, yeah, anyway. Now I do want a backsplash for this, so I'm just going to duplicate the bottom plane here. So Shift D, pull it out to, you know, roughly there, and then I'm going to hit R and then X, so I'm rotating along the X axis, and then just holding down Control to snap it to the nearest 5-degree increment. And in the top left-hand corner of my screen, I'm just looking for 90, and there it is.
Right.
So I do a single
Shift D,
click. I'll move this up.
Move it back
like
from
so,
the camera.
and now we have a backsplash. And the final thing we'll do before we move on to the next tutorial is create some different donut colors. Now you could actually do the same thing as we did for the sprinkles and create that random through color ramp option.
Or does it have to be negative 90?
The trouble I found with doing it for the donut icings is that you can sometimes just end up with a bad batch where you've got like a string of like yellow donuts and you can't change it because there's no sample option for the random thing. So I find it's better if you haven't got enough objects to instead just manually set up the colors. And it also just allows you to finesse it as more of an artist. So a long way to say we're going to create different materials for each of the different icings. So the one that's already there, we'll just call it pink icing. And now,
see donut eat.
I definitely want that one to be pink, which means these ones that are directly behind it, I definitely want to be a different color.
You know what? This one, let's add sprinkles again. Oops. You got, what do you got? Round sprinkles? You get round sprinkles. What does that look like from the camera? Yeah, we got long sprinkles, 2 round sprinkles, a long sprinkles on top. Which makes me want to put a round sprinkles on the top of the other one. Yeah. But then 3 round sprinkles. We have a lot of round sprinkles here, actually. Nah, I believe in long sprinkle supremacy. Yeah, let's have more. Maybe this one will be our uniced one. I guess. Or unsprinkled. Unsprinkled. Our sprinkles are still visible. Those sprinkles on the side. Sprinkle supremacist. I believe in sprinkle supremacy.
So I'm going to click the little...
Singles may be a little boring of the donut in front. How can I adjust that to make it, but while keeping it believable? I guess we move it over to the side here. I don't know what angle I'm rotating around. World Z. Chad, is my donut stack believable? Is this donut placement believable? Would you believe in this donut? Oh god. This song's a banger. It's only been remixed, what, like 1 billion times? Well, Sonic Generations is the main one I think of. Little rainbow logs better than just spheres. I believe in long sprinkle supremacy. So we'll just have a bunch of long sprinkles instead of so many round sprinkles. Maybe we rotate this just to have the sprinkles more visible. But you can't really see them. You can kind of see them on the side there. It's just that you don't really see them on the left, which I feel like is more visible. Well, alright, well, let's keep going. Too circular. TBH must be a fake donut for advertising.
Damn. To make it a single use.
I didn't move my donut around enough. I didn't adjust my donuts.
And I'll call this one blue.
I'm hoping we get to add more variants later, but
kind of an aqua-ish color. Let's go into material select. There we go.
Alright, so he's adding new materials for the other donuts. Icings. Alright, pink icing, and we'll make a new material.
Icing, so clicking the little number next to it. There we go.
Alright. You click the number. Now we have... Alright. Blue icing. Just our colors. How blue? Oh, these are red, white, and blue sprinkles, so maybe we go more of a America blue. Apparently, blue is like the hardest color for them to create naturally and not with artificial colors. I think I saw a YouTube video talking about that, how the food industry wants to move away from artificial colors, but they can't because they need the blue. They need the vibrant artificial blue color. I want to collect those donuts in a video game. Oh yeah, I can't wait to import these into my game and have them have like 50,000 triangles for a tiny ass donut. You'll put the rounded sprinkles on the ones without the black. No, it's purple. Is it purple? Is it purple? For the artificial color that they can't recreate with natural food colorings. Do. There's that America blue enough for you. That looks more believable. Artificial blue color.
Icing. And then about there, that's good. And then this one at the top, I'm going to make it chocolate icing. Quick little number.
Ooh, chocolate. Wait, good point. I think we should have a chocolate donut in there. Oh, whoops. Alright. Not our pink icing. Make this chocolate. And brown is like that color. Yeah. Ah, yeah, that's looking chocolatey.
Chocolate icing. Let's go brown. Yeah. Yeah, it's like how saturated, how warm is chocolate. I mean, I guess you could have like a really desaturated chocolate that's just very dark, but I think it's
yeah, this is more milk chocolate,
like milk chocolate
than dark chocolate.
Not the really super dark stuff, which I do actually like as an adult. Hated it as a kid, but now I don't know. Normal chocolate is just
I love dark chocolate. By the way, I'm a dark chocolate believer. I'm a dark chocolate fan. Purple's the hardest natural color to be made. Didn't have a cheap version of purple dye. Till a failed malaria vaccine. Ah, that's interesting. I don't blame them. Appearances are important. Yeah, I was watching the video about like the use of artificial dyes and food colors in food, and everyone in the comments was like, I can't believe they do these. I can't believe these dumb people would fall for for these obvious tricks. And like I wouldn't be fooled by these artificial colors. I care more about the actual food and not the color. And I'm like, are you sure about that? Are you sure? Because I feel like the average person is absolutely gonna just see the color and be like, ooh, monkey brain, bright color, looks good. Nice nice food color. Right? Alright. Light icing. These are America donuts, so, you know. It's like a slight yellow tinge to make it more natural looking. Yeah, like a light cream color. And then, I don't know which ones I'm going to make red. This one can be our red. Oh no, that's the pink icing that I changed. Oh no, alright. Red icing. Just in time for the 4th of July. We got the red 40 donut. Flamin' hot donut. The red 40 donut. Off-white. The average person would not accept their Doritos to be off-white. First bite for food is done with the eye. Yeah, like it's clearly it works. Clearly people like these colors and care about these colors. I've heard red 40 is super unhealthy. I know. I know there's plenty of people talking about the red 40 stuff, although it might be exaggerated. I'm not sure to what extent the colors actually impact people. It's probably like a sensitivity in some subgroup of people, but Roughness Snap would go hard on the icing mat. True, yeah, that would make it look so much better. I think he goes a bit more into the icing material a bit later, but we'll see. Should have stopped at 39. Yeah, we had signs gone too far from red. 39 to 40.
It's way too sweet. Okay, that. Now the top one, I'll make that one pink. Yeah, that's fine. And then this one, I'll just make it blue icing. And then this one, I'll make it yellow icing. Oh wait, now I've got the, yeah, it's blue and yellow and yellow. That's not good. So,
hello, Dolan. I don't know why notifications weren't updating. Don't forget to click the notification bell. Like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Do it now. Do it now. Thanks for showing up. Yeah. Honestly, I try not to use the notifications on YouTube. I don't want to be notified. Because, like, YouTube's distracting enough already. So I don't expect anyone to actually, like, use notifications. I feel like it would be hypocritical of me to expect people to use YouTube in a way that I don't. But also hit the notification bell, etc., etc. The algorithm must be served. Who decides when science has gone too far? Someone who doesn't understand science. God gets to decide. Nah, I get to decide. Because my opinions are always right. That's how this works on the internet.
So this bottom one, no, the middle one. Yeah, yep, middle one, I'll make it chocolate. Bottom one, I'll make it blue. Just trying to get like a nice... now I've got pink and pink next to each other. All right, maybe this one will be yellow as well. That's too yellow. All right, maybe the bottom one can be pink. There we go, that's better. All right, so I don't have any like... It now looks more natural, which is just more random, I guess. No, less random, because I'm like manually finessing it myself. So it's less random, but it looks more random in a way. Anyway, finally, before we move on, let's start labeling our objects.
You know what? I get the feeling that these icing colors would be chosen a bit more intentionally by the person laying out this donut stack to be, you know, America, red, white, and blue. Like so? Or would it be 2 layers of red and 1 layer of white? Let's see how that looks. Hold on, chat. I need to A/B test this. Here, does this look more American to you? I guess the donut in the front kind of ruins the effect. If God doesn't want me to go as far as I do with science, he can crawl up and serve. People acting like it's a mistake that subscribed YouTube channels don't have notifications enabled by default for all videos are strange. I feel... Well, actually, I already know the notification system is designed to, you know, be like the recommendation systems, where it's only going to notify you when it thinks you're going to click the most and, like, try not to annoy you so much that you turn off the notifications. Me personally, I just don't want to be bothered. If I really care about a streamer or something, then I guess I'll be in their Discord or whatever, where they add everyone to notify you, oh, hey, stream starting. Right? Or I'm browsing Twitter and it's like, hey, live now, ooh, click, stream, watch stream, good content. Please watch. You know what? I think chocolate in the front and then pink on the top. Although now... now it's looking like someone wanted to do like an intentionally American flag looking donut display, and then they just threw in 2 random donut colors for no reason. We got the red 40 front and center, or we got the white icing front and center, or we got the blue up in front. Maybe it like fell off the top or something. This one, I don't know. Maybe we just do white again. Yeah, this is looking like someone was trying to make their intentionally crafted red, white, and blue America flag donuts, and then one of the donuts fell down.
So first of all, I want to make sure that my plate is inside of my environment.
At some point, I had to turn off for a few hundred channels so I could enable notifications for some people I want to catch streams from. Okay. At everyone, Ligma Bold. My favorite selection from Dunkin' Donuts is a blueberry frosted and chocolate. I especially love the box of 40 munchkins. Get them every day, and yes, I eat them all too. I feel like you shouldn't be eating donuts every day. But I mean, they're pretty tasty though. Sweet, sugary donuts. Well, all right. Could I get away with putting, you know, non-red, white, and blue donuts in my 4th of July donut stack? I know, part of me wants to add the extra colors in, but yeah, you got your donuts. Because the thing is, the chocolate frosted and then the pink frosting, those are pretty classic donut colors, and I feel like it adds to the piece to have more variety, even if it takes away from the 4th of July-ness of it. I like the chocolate front and center compared to the pink, because I think the color works better with the American flag colors in the background. I feel like Choco no sprinkles would fit in. But I like the chocolate with the sprinkles. Should have more white since each star is white. Yeah, but this entire blue is just representing the stars. Well, red frosting. I like chocolate everything. Chocolate donut in a cage separate from the others. Yeah, it's the cage match. Our separate donut. Why do I feel like the texture is like completely invisible? Invisible. Wait. Oh, what happened? What happened to our thing? Oops. To our texture. Wait. Oh no. Oh no. Something happened to her. We forgot to save the donut texture. Oh my god, we forgot to save the texture. Oh, I forgot. I forgot that's how it works, man. Oh my god. Take the pink one, put it in the background upside down. Oopsie. Oopsie. We forgot to save our painted on donut texture. Man. Okay, the thing is I have to do it in the 3D viewport, otherwise the seam's gonna look weird. So what do we do here? Why can't I change the visibility on this? Or is it because I'm in wait. Hold on. We're looking at donuts? Oh, that's why. Okay, that's why it's not. Going through my scene. Okay, go back into texture, paint. I said. What are we? The airbrush? It's important. It's important. There, now we have the less cooked ring in the middle. And now we make sure we actually save this image. There we go. Okay, I love this style of music, by the way. Okay, how's that look? Believable. Now you can just barely see the shading there. I'm not liking these materials. It's feeling pretty fake. Oh well. Darkening the bottom a bit. Should probably do that, yeah. But then that would just be adjusting the whole. Maybe we edit this in GIMP then. Hold up. Hold up. I have GIMP open right now. Open. Projects, 3D, Blender, Donut base PNG. Capture my GIMP window. Alrighty. Filters, or it would be colors. Hue saturation. It's looking a little burnt. Or it would probably be contrast then. Tools, colors, color balance, brightness, contrast. Ugh. That's not the right colors, man. It is levels. Wait, hold on. How the hell does this work? Colors, color balance. What am I looking at? Shadows, midtones, highlight, colors, curves. Probably want to look at curves here. That is looking really unnatural. Let's adjust the hue saturation. Oh no. Oh no. There, that's looking more donut-y. I'm gonna save a GIMP file as well. I'm gonna export to the donut base, replace it. Is there new donut base? Forever. Oh, thank God, the curves is now non-destructive. Hold on. How do I image? Hold on, image reload? There we go. Look at they're looking a bit bagely, but let's see how it looks. Yeah, we've got very tan donuts now. Hold up. I think we need to, let me color pick this and then just sort of thin out the ring, just so it's like a bit more subtle. God, I love the Sonic CD soundtrack. Shibbity-booyah! Make sure that seam isn't... Wait, I'm in texture paint, right? What's going on? Why can't I? Oh, it's because I'm selecting this one. Oh, okay. It's looking a little unnatural. Hold on. Image. Save. I think I need to adjust the gradient now. Make it a bit more subtle. Which means I'll select, what was it? The center color again. Reduce the strength. And then paint it out a tiny bit more. Oh, that's a little scuffed looking. Oops. I think it's this one. We're getting a little scuffed here. Do you believe this now? Do you believe that these are donuts now? Let's see. Let's see the partial render. Like Sonic R tracks? Yeah, I love the Sonic R soundtrack too. I played that game as a kid, man. I had it on our we had like a family laptop running Windows 95. Or I think 98. I have like distinct memories of playing that game on PC. Still looking like icing colored bagels. No. Nice, I played the PC part as well. Yeah, yeah.
Environment collection. So I will now call this plate. This bottom one, I will call it, yeah, let's call it counter. And then this back one, I'll call it the backsplash. Backsplash.
Okay. Alright. We have our counter, we have our max splash.
Awesome. We have done it. Oh.
We have our plate, yeah.
We do need to give a material to our plate as well. Can't just have it as a default material or else it'll look terrible. So, new material. And the first thing I want to do is adjust the roughness.
Yeah, this browning is probably too much. Let me look at a reference image of a donut. Look at these donuts. Hello, JK. Neo, your stack of donuts made me double take because I thought I was the fat kid from South Park. Cartman? What? Back in Time's my favorite track. Nice. Yeah. Oh my god. Eric Cartman, literally a donut. That's hilarious. Look at these. And think of Cartman. I need to know, what am I doing wrong with the texture? Probably just needs to be... We need to make that center part more light then, huh? Should I just be like color picking from an actual donut? Let's see. Which donut am I even texture painting here? Not this one. Oh god. Do I even have a donut selected? Okay, whatever. You. We're texture painting you. Alright, let's start by just coloring in the whole thing. Increase the radius a bit. Although, actually, that line is looking pretty thin on the actual donut. Is the airbrush the right tool for this? I'm starting to see the vision, actually. The main thing I want to make sure looks right is the seam, which I think might be behind the other donut. Although it's probably not that noticeable. Oh, here's the seam. Okay. Okay, make sure we save this image. Now take a look at these donuts. Does that look believable to you? Or is the line too tall? Because like donuts are mostly, what's the word? Oh god, why isn't there air raid siren? What's the word? Mostly cooked on both sides, right? It's just a tiny line in the middle. That's the less cooked part. Blue hat, red jacket, blue donut, red donut. Wait. Wait, hold on. If I squint my... Wait. Oh, I see it now. I see it now. Here's his hat. Here's his face, I guess. Here's his jacket. Oh my god, it's Eric Cartman. I can no longer see this in the same way. Oh god. Alright, I'm just gonna try and make this line like pretty tiny for the sake of my immersion. Whoops. Not that. Tab, object mode, texture paint mode. Hold on. Save the image. Take a look. Starting to see it. It is a little off center. Yeah, it's off center. Because I filled in the bottom but not the top. Whoops. Do. Oh man, I don't have a color palette here, do I? We're just vibing it. Or actually, no, I could just, could I? What do I do here? Chat, do you believe these are donuts? Has the texture been adjusted to your liking? Are these believable donuts yet? Probably the materials need more work, right? Because it's like not the pink frosting, maybe the dark for the chocolate frosting, you know, can be pretty solid. The other frostings probably need to look more translucent. You guys have to title say screw you, Rippy. It's just very stack of donuts coated. Wait, you're so right. You're so right. I think the featureless texture is more of a factor than the color at this point. True, yeah. Yeah. We'll see what we do with the icing. Looks like fake Neo donuts. My donuts are not realistic enough. That's pink. I thought it was purple. It's getting kind of close to purple, actually. But in my mind, that's pink. In my heart of hearts. Let's see with the full rendering. Yeah, it's a little dark to be pink, but I guess compare that to, I don't know, photos of here's a pink donut. Oh man, you're right. That's like, yeah, like way too not pastel enough. Let's see. Can be a bit more saturated, actually. Yeah, I think you're right. That was closer to purple than pink, actually. These are our own donuts. I'm not sure where the bluish color is coming from. You go closer to reddish pink. Does that look pink to you? Is that satisfactorily satisfying pink to you? The drippiness, I think, actually makes them look less real, ironically enough. Oh my god. Oh man, I messed up on the on the icing, didn't I? My immersion. Also, this is clipping. A bit noticeably. My immersion. My donuts. That placement is a little goofy. The glazed donut photos are fairly drippy. The iced ones are rarely drippy. Ah, because it's ice. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Like, this is... These are the iced donuts. Ah, this one is pretty drippy. They probably, like, poured it on rather than, you know, just a quick dip in the thing. But yeah, the icing, it's mostly around the top, and then it's like... Huh. Oh my god, you're right. You're right. Foolish. Foolishness, Neo. That looks pretty AI. Is it actually AI though? I can't tell. Yeah, that's like glazed donut. That's like a proper glazed donut. But yeah, it does look like we're going more for the iced kind, and a lot of these are like really picture perfect with the icing. Some of them are drippy. It's probably more about me not doing the drippiness justice and the not thinking about the actual like properties of the icing as fluid. Here you see the icing like dripping off the sides a bit. Oh, one sec. You know darn well when you pick up that pink one, half the red's frosting is going with it. Yep. Yep. It's literally clipping into it, so I guess that would be... It's implying that it's like smushed in there. I bet handmade ice donuts are much more drippy, but these don't look handmade. Drips in a less predictable fashion. Yeah. Because we don't have enough like variation on the, you know, the shape of the dough and everything. Oh my god, we didn't do enough artistic background research to properly capture these donuts realistically.
Make it look kind of, yeah, shiny, like the ceramic plate. We just load that up actually one more time. There we go, use that as my reference.
Drips in a less predictable fashion. That's to be expected for your first time icing a virtual donut.
So it's somewhat shiny, and then also I want to give a subsurface because ceramic does actually have a little bit of that that creamy.
God, I never realized the depth of the the Blender donut tutorial. All the techniques you could use to make the most realistic donuts. This clipping looks a little bad. I'm not gonna care though.
Lead through of the light, so I'll turn my weight up to 1, radius all set to 1, and then the scale.
Well, actually, maybe I should look at this clipping like in the rendered view. This one in particular is breaking my immersion a bit, but I like the look of just having more sprinkles on there. Maybe I'll adjust the... I like the density of the sprinkles though. Like realistically these sprinkles would be on top of each other, right? But they're kind of just clipping in weird fashion.
0.001. So
alright, what was he doing? Subsurface scattering on the plate.
Like the ceramic plate. We just load that up actually one more time. There we go, use that as my reference. So it's somewhat shiny. And then also I want to give a subsurface because
Okay, plate material. Material, plate, color. Probably go a bit off-white compared to pure white. So roughness, make it pretty shiny.
Because ceramic does actually have a little bit of that that creamy bleed through of the light. So I'll turn my weight up to 1. Radius.
All right. Subsurface scattering. Weight 1.
Is all set to 1, and then the scale 0.001. So
scale 0.001. So make it extra subtle. Did we not do shade smooth? Okay, shade smooth. That's starting to look a bit more ceramic-y.
Very small amount of subsurface.
Ideally, we'd have a texture, I think.
I'll just help it a little bit. The color, I'll also turn down it to make it a little bit not so white, and then I'll make it slightly yellow, a little bit yellowy, creamy color, just like over there.
Yep.
If you want, also, you can buy the plate. It's just not a free model, but it will add realism to your scene. If you want to have a plate that is actually
buy the real way to
little thing
to ace this.
And divots across it if you want. It is optional. All right, so that is it, guys. Join me in the next part, and we're going to get into lighting. I'll see you there.
Boy.
And then God said, "Let there be
lighting."
Light, which is the topic for this tutorial.
All right.
Now we want to create the look of a morning kitchen countertop. Like you just woke up in the morning, the sunlight's coming in, and it's warm and it's inviting. So we want to have some sunlight coming in from the left. Now we could take our default lamp here, and turn it into a sun lamp, and then try to angle it like that. But the reason that this looks so
okay, we have a default lamp right now. If we turn that into sun. Oh, check. 1, 2. We reconnected. Okay, stream was down for like 2 seconds. Oh my god, I'm
Here's
blind.
One of the key components of natural light is not just the sunlight, but the skylight around it. Getting that the right shades of blue and white and the gradient as it goes towards the horizon. And that's actually quite difficult to do. But thankfully, there's a relatively newish feature in Blender which we can use. So rather than using any lamp at all, I'm going to delete the lamps so there is no light in my scene whatsoever. And instead, go to my world tab here, and then where we've got color.
No light.
I'm going to click the little yellow dot.
World tab.
And then
color.
Select sky texture.
Color. World. Color. Sky texture. Oh.
What this is added is besides just the sky texture, it's also
trying to blame connection issues.
If I rotate around, we should see, look at that, real sunlight coming.
Hold on. Is his? Hold on. Sun size, sun intensity. Why is mine so blown out? Okay, so just the sun rotation. Okay.
Across it. Now, it is very hot by default, so if you go to your render settings, underneath color management at the very bottom here, you've got an exposure slider, which you use actually...
Okay, render settings. Wait, where was that?
So if you go to your render setting...
This one. Color management. Here we are.
Color management at the very bottom here, you've got an exposure slider, which you use actually quite a lot. You can see the lighting has stayed the same.
There we go.
It doesn't have to re-render anything. This is purely just adjusting the sensor essentially on your camera. And if you hold down Control, you just need to snap it to a -2. Now back to the sky settings. So what this is, essentially it's created the exact look of the sky, a real sunlight, that little sun disk over there, and everything will change depending on what you set, like the elevation, right? If you set it to be like really low in the sky, well that's like morning light. You can see it's changed everything to be like a warm.
Ooh, ooh. Wait, so sky texture, sun elevation, and then you lower it. And it's an actual sunrise. Ah, neat.
Look, right? So we've got like really warm light over everything. And if you change it to be like noon, like the sunlight is coming directly above it, you can see it's a lot colder. And that's because as the sun
intense
light goes lower in the sky, it's now passing through more of the atmosphere. So it's like decaying the light and you get you get like an orangey look. But as it goes more vertical, then it's a lot more clear and cleaner. Anyway, it's a very cool setting that is relatively new in Blender.
Like model chugging.
So I'm actually going to leave it at the default at around 15 degrees. The one thing I will change though is the sun size. So you get like really, like clean hard shadows.
You know what? I'm going to be a rebel. Let's make our donut slightly earlier in the morning. Oh, say, can you see?
Yeah. The reason for this very weird.
Or maybe it's sunset. Maybe it's like 170. Nah, screw it. Let's just do 10.
measurement, 0.545 degrees, is because it's actually the real sun size in relation to the Earth. But there are reasons for changing that, because if the sun goes through a cloud, then obviously the cloud is now lighting up and it's creating more of a dispersed look. So from the look of the camera, I usually just adjust this to be like a 2 or a 3, and it just makes the sun a little bit softer around the edges and a little nicer, at least according to me. Awesome. So looks better, but now we have another problem, which is that the skylight is just bleeding in from all directions, right? Because obviously it would.
Also, he angled it so the countertop is casting a shadow too. We should probably do that as well. I'll adjust the rotation. I like that. Yeah. Nice. More dramatic donuts. By the
so we need to create an enclosure around it to obviously act as an indoor space. And just before we do that though, whilst I was preparing for this tutorial, I noticed that the donuts are a little close to my backsplash here. And that matters because we're going to use depth of field later to make things that behind it are like out of focus, but we can't really do that if it's too close to the backsplash. So I'm just going to increase the distance there and also just scale it up a little bit, because now that it's in the background, yeah, otherwise you'll see like the corners actually appear in the render, which we don't want. So just make that a little bit bigger, move it up.
Okay. All right. We'll scale the backdrop up a bit. Adjust its positioning. Oops. Like so.
Okay, that's
it's a pretty big countertop.
You have like 1, 2, 3-ish plate widths, I think will do it. But yeah.
Yeah,
like
3-ish.
And I also now just want to make sure.
Hi Danica, welcome. Soon Neo's gonna be making 3D animations of Juwoon. If he lets me borrow his model, maybe. Teehee. Teehee. Remind me of a pixel donut I made once. Oh, let's take a look. Oh my god. That looks very, very nice. Very donut-y. Very nice. I like the little sheen on the icing there. And the bite, of course. Oh, it's cream filled. Oh, that looks so good. Or is that just the donut dough? Cookies and cream. Very nice. Very nice.
Oh, I
made it after eating Oreo crumble top donut. That sounds good. I love Oreo flavor. Injecting his cream into the donuts. Dude, I love filled donuts. Jelly donuts. Cream filled donuts. Those are my favorite. Probably jelly filled is my favorite.
Fiddling around with this now, but yeah, this is going to be positioned exactly on the plate as well. Awesome. Okay, so that enclosure. Obviously, to create that enclosure, we are going to be adding in a cube. So Shift A, Mesh, Cube. And I want to scale this down because although it is like a kitchen, right? Nothing outside of the frame is going to be in the shot. So making it bigger than it needs to be is just going to add to the render times because then light has to bounce around those things and yeah, not good. So yeah, something scaled about that. I don't know, something like that. Now, really what I want to do is just like that corner here,
kitchen enclosure.
I want it to be locked to this point. Like I want to move it to that point. And previously in Blender, this was a really fiddly.
I love cookies and cream stuff too. Not using actual Oreo cream, that stuff sucks. Yeah, just all it's hydrogenated oils and corn syrup or something. Good night. Good night. Good night, Clinker.
Process. I would have to tap G and then Z, move along that, and then try and time it here, and then hit, tap G, and then Y, and move it. And it would never be exactly correct. It would.
Okay. So, make a cube. That is huge. Scale it to approximately the size of the counter.
Would always just be slightly off. Well, now there is a new feature in Blender, literally, that came in this release, 4.0, that has changed the game. So there's a bunch of
there's a tool for this?
So I will show you them now. So it's actually easy to understand if you just go into wireframe mode. So if I tap G, so I'm moving my cube. If you hit B, it now enters you into a new state called snapping mode. So the first thing it's asking you is what is the origin of the object that you're moving that you want to be the snapping point. So essentially, as I mouse over this, you can see the cursor is changing. When it's a circle, that means it's going to snap to that face. If it is a crosshair, that's that edge. If it's a triangle, that's the middle point of the edge, which is sometimes useful. And if it's a square, then that's a vertice. So this is on the object that is selected right now, okay? So I obviously want that corner vertice, so I'm just going to do a single click there. Now, after I've clicked, you can see
we select this corner vertex.
Whichever point in the rest of the scene I want to snap into.
And now we
just like again, it's a square when it's a vertice. So when I'm on these faces here, right there, I'll do a single click. And there we go. So you can see it's perfectly aligned it with the bottom of that backsplash there. Now, it is a little weird. I'll be honest. Like, maybe it's more weird because I've been using it for so long. Maybe beginners find it a little bit easier. But yeah, like the fact that you're in a move state, then you're hitting B, and you will be moving it, but it's in a snapping mode rather than a
I should probably just scale it to actually match this plane, right? 2.609. Oh god, why is it like this? Scale's negative. Oops. Oh no. Okay, hold on. He did what? G, B, grab this corner, place it in this corner. Okay, and now it's like almost there.
Placement mode. It is.
Oreos wasn't the original, but people who made those had the bright idea of naming them Hydrox just to see my Oreo one. I heard the story of Hydrox, yeah. I've never actually tried it myself. But yeah.
A little weird. And also, just to make it even more complicated, you can hold down Alt at any point and then middle mouse to drag around. Because sometimes you want to snap like that point, but then you need to select a point underneath an object. So you can hold down Alt, middle mouse, and then find that point and snap it to that. So that's even weirder, but I'm very glad it's in there because it is great, but it is just like takes a little bit to wrap your head around. But I will continue using it actually. So in face select mode, in mode, you can see this is too high up, so I can just, I mean, I could try and place it like this, or I could hit B and then go this point to that point. Same here. G, B,
okay, hold on.
This point.
Edit mode. What do you do? Select a face.
To that point. B, and then go this point to that point.
Select the face. Oh, I said select the face. G, B. Select this point. Move this point to that point. Oh my god, that's so convenient. That's so useful. Oh my god. Oh, it's magic. It's magic. Hold on. Edit mode. Okay. So we select... Why is it so hard to select faces in wireframe mode? What am I doing? What am I doing wrong? I mean, we could just... Wait, did I even... Hold on. Oh, wait. We didn't even have the... we didn't have the right thing selected. Okay. G. B. Select this corner, I guess. Move it there. It's magic. All right. Select the cube. Edit mode. Select the face. This face. G, B. Select this one. Snap it there. It's magic. Okay. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's very useful.
Same.
It's the reverse problem of making Tide Pods look tasty.
Yeah. G, B, this point to that point.
We should do a Tide Pod.
Pretty useful. I mean, it doesn't have to be this exact. I mean, this is just stuff that's outside of the frame, but anyways. All right, and I'll move this out. So I do need to create a little bit of space here because the camera needs to sit here, obviously. So there needs to be a bit of space there. But if I move inside, you should...
Oh, you need some space for the camera. True, true.
So there needs to be a bit of space there.
All right, let's add some space for the camera. Already, cool.
But if I move inside, you should see some flickering. Yay for flickering. The flickering.
Z fighting, Z fighting.
The cube comes with 6 faces, but we've already got 2 planes right here. And we don't really need those planes. We could actually map a marble texture to the cube.
Neo and the Forbidden Gushers. You chew on sea glass. The Forbidden Gushers. The Forbidden Snack.
But then you have to deal with UV unwrapping and all that stuff. I find it's actually easier sometimes to just work with planes and use that instead. So instead, with the cube here, I'm just going to remove the 2 faces that I don't need. So the back face and then this bottom face. So selecting those 2. And then hit X, which is another way to delete. And not vertices, that's what we've been doing currently. Instead, hit faces.
All right. Select the cube. Where are we? Object mode? Do we even have the... Okay, select the cube. Edit mode. Select these 2 faces we want to get rid of, not that one. This one. X, delete, faces. Okay, cool.
So it's just deleting those faces. So now you should see you have, it's kind of like an open box. 4 sides, and then the back and the bottom are open. And now what I need is an opening on the left-hand side to be that window. So to do that, I'm going to cut into it so that I get a little bit of gap here on the left-hand side to be like the gap between the wall and the window, and then another gap here between the bottom of the countertop. And so I'm going to inset, and for that tool it's I. So I for inset, and it's now kind of like it's shrinking that face into itself, and you're just like choosing its scale essentially. I'll hold down Shift to get a more precise.
Our light, our sun is to our left, right? So left, right. So all right, go into edit mode, select this face. We inset with, was that I?
Inset, and for that tool.
Sea glass forbidden gummies. Neapolitan Tide Pods. The forbidden chocolate vanilla strawberry flavored snack. Forbidden gummies. Been declared a criminal act to male Philly and sea glass. Because she will chew on it.
It's I. So I for inset, and it's now kind of like it's shrinking that face into itself.
Get here?
And you're just like choosing its scale essentially. I'll hold down Shift to get a more precise movement, and about there. That's pretty good. And now I just delete that face. So again, X and then faces. Awesome. So we should now see this, which in rendered view mode, rendered view mode, should hopefully look okay.
All right. Let's look at our render. Wow. Would you look at that?
Yeah, not bad. Now this window frame here, it really is just acting like the control for the light. So if I want, I can much more precisely place this. Like I don't want that much light coming in, creating all that light on this side of the wall there. I can also say maybe I need more space here, so that I've got a little bit of darkness, so I can put some things in the background without them falling into light. And then this bottom face here,
okay.
This bottom edge, this is going to control where the light.
You see why having a super beefy PC would help making these changes easier. Yeah, so if we wanted to like, what was it?
Right? So if it's like all the way down here, then it's, yeah, anyways, you get the idea. Just sort of shaping the light. Awesome. And now with the camera...
Okay. So, let's see. Move this up a bit. We have to take a look in the rendered view to really see how it affects the light. That is taking so long to to denoise. If I had like basic ass shadows or something to. Oh, you can see the, yeah, you can still see kind of the effect of the light there. Yeah, because of our lower angle, we have to use different to what he has. If you want some stuff in the back to be in shadow, then do something like that.
Select it. I'll just move this down a little bit. Angle it up. There we go. I mean, you can also just do this in fly mode, Shift, hold the key, but I like hitting the R tool and then just selecting the axes, and I can just tilt the camera exactly where I want it.
Okay, let's look at the camera. We can do Shift tilde, do fly mode, or we could, let's see. Oops. Not that. Grab the camera. Whoops. Wait, we're still in edit mode? Hold on, object mode. Grab the camera. Grab the RX, was it? Grab Z. Would you look at that?
Awesome. So
you can change pixel size in scene tab performance so it renders faster in viewport. Oh. Scene, where is it? Render. Render. Oh, performance here. Right, pixel size, automatic. Ah, I see. It's getting kind of hard to visualize, though. Yeah, maybe 2x. Although, I guess streaming and running VTuber Studio isn't helping. Oh, alright.
Much better. We've controlled the skylight, so the skylight is no longer coming in. But we have uncontrolled lighting in the sense that this wall here, that's over here, that is supposed to represent the rest of the kitchen, is hitting and receiving all of that sunlight, and it's just filling in all of this space on the right-hand side. And that's not...
Wait, how does 1x compare? Or 1x is the... I guess we'll do automatic. What GPU on? 3070. RTX 3070. But yeah, I'm running VTuber Studio, I'm streaming, I'm video running, processing stuff. Probably hide these sprinkles. So we should see, as you mentioned, that the light is bouncing off of that other wall and then lighting the right side of the donuts. Although his placement is making you want to adjust these. He didn't actually change the size of these donuts, did he? Or maybe, yeah, his donuts are just a different size than mine, huh? 8 gigs VRAM, SMH, yep, 8 gigs. If I'd known I was gonna be doing stuff like this, maybe would have gone for the 12 gig, 16 gig card.
Oh, good, because we want shadow. Shadow is actually a good thing. It helps reveal form. A lot of new artists, like, they get scared of shadow. They try and, like, fill everything in and light everything. You do want shadow. Shadow is a good thing. So all this uncontrolled space is not good. So essentially we need to do just like what you would do in the real world, and that's to create a, like what photographers do. They make, like, a black fill card, right? And that's just to essentially stop bounce lighting from hitting the subject. So it's a good excuse to learn about a new feature. So with the cube selected, if I go to the materials and then hit new, we're going to keep the white material for...
Okay, what's he doing? Select the cube.
Or everything else, right? White walls.
All right.
But then
Make
I can
material,
add
white
another
walls.
material right underneath this one by hitting the...
Another material,
button,
okay.
Then adding another material, and I'll call this one black wall. And actually we'll change the shader from principled to a much simpler diffuse. It's just easier for cycles to calculate than a full principled one. And then this, I'll just change the color to be really dark, almost black. All right, and now in edit mode, I'm gonna go...
Okay. Change color on this one, almost
face
black.
Select, and I'm gonna select that one wall that I wanna have the black wall material to. And then here I select it.
Edit mode. Select face, this one. Here, change the material, that's it?
From the material list, black wall, and then hit assign.
Assign.
Importantly, you won't see the assign select, these buttons. They'll only appear when you're in edit mode. So if you don't see it, it's because you're not in edit mode. So in edit mode,
Alright, let's see how it looks rendered. Let's see how it looks from the camera. Went for AMD 6700 XT, lightly used on eBay.
Then you'll see it and hit assign. And now look at that, we have much more control. And in fact, because this...
You're tempting me. You're making me want to get a second GPU.
Light, this sunlight is hitting this this wall, and it's currently dark. This color here now becomes almost like the control for how much fill light I want on the right-hand side of the donuts. So the...
I like how you just see it very vaguely as you tweak it. That's pretty neat. We'll do something like that, I guess.
The brighter it goes, the more fill light I get. Yeah, just a very simple way to control that lighting a bit better. Awesome. That's looking pretty good. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust the sun intensity.
I kind of want to adjust the placement of the donuts again. Because I'm feeling this this stack is looking a little simplistic. I don't know if we want this further back. Bring that like right up to the chocolate one. This one, I don't know. I don't know where to put it. I like the idea of it like almost falling off, but it looks a little unnatural like that. I'm not sure. Maybe we move it like here. Maybe not that far off, but should be, yeah, like teetering off a bit more. But now the bottom half of this stack is looking kind of boring. Maybe we can adjust this slightly. And then this can be maybe a bit more tilted. Ooh. Ooh. Your donut stack is falling over. This looks kind of unnatural though. Let's see. Yeah, that's like way too... It's going a bit a bit off the rails here. I'm seeing the Eric Cartman coded. It's looking... Why does it look so... I just feel like his positioning is a bit more visually interesting than mine. And I'm not sure what to do while keeping these donuts like believable. Maybe it's the rotation too. Of the where the drips are. Ooh. Chad, is this believable? Then the special does have 12 gigs VRAM. My old RX 560 was not happy once my CPU was upgraded. Understandable. Gotta fix those bottlenecks. Gotta optimize the system. I'm probably going way too far with this positioning. Like, it has to be believable, right? But it looks boring if they're all sort of facing the same way. But that's kind of what this stack wants to do, since it's kind of... The donuts are kind of falling over. Right? Whoops. Oh, the X rotation helps a bit. Do you believe? Do you believe in the donuts? Do you believe these donuts are real? That doesn't look natural. Oops. Oops. Every time Neo goes and chuckles, he has a naughty thought. He's a naughty dog, if you will. No, that's just too far off the side. Let's do something like that. It's like a bit more believable. Kind of. I think we just gotta rein this one in a bit. That looks more natural. Yeah, I'm liking the left side. The right side is alright, I guess. I think it's the shape of the donuts. I think his, yeah, because his are, what's the word? Smaller, right? Almost like mini donuts. And so they look taller. Maybe we adjust this one too. Or do the world Z? Oh yeah, that's looking kind of nice. Oops. Tiny bit more? Although I feel like we're missing out on this top one. I kind of want it to like sort of be falling off. It doesn't read very well if it's going into the camera though. Maybe you go farther on the... It's like falling off this way again. Although now I'm feeling like this placement is just a little too unbelievably placed. Now it's clipping though. You put it right on the edge of the thing. Donut stack. I think we go for a little more X rotation variation. Now, no, it looks kind of the same. Yeah, we could do that. My immersion. My immersion. My donut immersion. Whoops. It's like the icing, because that's the parent. It has to be kind of far for like that to be believable. And since it's farther from the camera, I don't believe the donuts. I know one of them always lies, and another always tells the truth, so I'm staying on the safe side and trusting no of them. You know what would make it 300% more realistic? Drop some sprinkles on the plate and the counter. Ooh. Oh wait, you're right. I would have to do some more geometry noting for that, huh? Actually, I'm intrigued. I like that idea. I think let's go for it. Actually, all we have to do. I gotta remember how we did the geometry nodes. Okay, so we add modifier, geometry nodes. We pick one of the existing ones, and we need to do our vertex painting. What was the key? Slash? Yeah, slash to view it individually. Why can't I see the vertex paint? Wait, how do I do this again? View, paint, mask, vertex selection. I forgot how to do this. Oh no. You could be lazy, copy the source ones a few times. No, I want to do it the geometry node way. I want to demonstrate that I've learned the thing. Demonstrate how to learn the thing. Hold up. We're in object mode. We select the thing, because this is where we did the weight painting. So go to, oh no, it was weight painting, not vertex. Oh, it was weight painting, not vertex painting. Oh, okay. Hold on. Weight paint. Slash. We're doing paint, wait, stroke, screen, blend, front faces only. Why is it not? Wait. 0, 1, huh? Huh? Brush, blur, average smear, gradient, sample weight, annotate, blend, mix, add, huh? Oh no. We're in weight painting. Stroke method, stroke, screen, fall off, cursor, group. This is our vertex group. Hold on. Go back. Object, select the icing, go to weight paint. We have our vertex group sprinkle density. Select this. Go to weight paint. Your vertex group is, it's called group right now. Oh, it's the geometry. Oh, I need to subdivide. Unless we're okay with just, I don't know, placing a few along the rim of the plate, but that's maybe a little awkward. Well, anyway, let's name this the same as the donut, so it's sprinkle density, right? Yeah, sprinkle underscore density. Oh, whoops. And then we apply the geometry node. Long sprinkles. Which we have done. And then we go into our weight painting. And now we can paint sprinkles on our on our plate, huh? Although, oh, the sprinkles are like inset into the plate, so it's gonna look kind of awkward. Yeah, no, we didn't set up the geometry node because like the sprinkles are like meant to be inlaid into the icing, but then they're just gonna be inside the plate. The plate is actually cake. The plate is a lie. All right, well. So actually, you might be right that like just manually placing a few individual sprinkles would probably do the job. Ugh, but I'm lazy. And I guess you'd do a rigid body simulation for that probably, if you wanted to land on the plate. Okay, well, let's just continue.
So there's a separate measurement here just for intensity. Now you could drop the intensity of the whole sky texture as well, but when you do that, it also drops the sky texture, right? And so I found it was like for a while when the feature came out, I was like it was very hard to control. But I realized like if you keep the strength at 1, but then you reduce the sun intensity.
I think we're on the US soundtrack of Sonic CD now, aren't we? We are, yeah. Oh well. All right.
You could, like, for example, reduce the sun intensity like by a lot and then increase your exposure. And then it's like the sunlight is there, but it's a lot softer, right? It's not like so overbearing. But
reduce sun intensity in lower increase exposure.
This sun intensity to 0.5, so it's half of its brightness, but the sky texture has full brightness, so it's just a little, a little less hot, essentially.
Okay, what did he do?
Awesome.
World sky texture, reduce the sun intensity, and then
now,
what do you do?
Sky texture has full brightness, so it's just a little. I'm gonna set this sun intensity to 0.5, so it's half of its brightness, but the sky texture has full brightness, so it's just a little, a little less hot, essentially. What?
Okay. Let's see how that looks.
So now, 2 things I will show.
The positioning of this is pissing me off again. Maybe we'll have it sort of falling out to the side, up in the front, maybe. That actually, oh, that's a bit more photogenic actually, having it facing towards the front a bit more. You can adjust this one as well to add a bit more variety. Yeah, I'm kind of liking that a bit more. Be lazy and copy the source a few times.
Show you before we close this tutorial, which can be useful to know. One is how to import a model, okay? Because although as a beginner, it's good to understand modeling tools and know how to build things, when you start building scenes, it's very common, professional artists in studios, to just make use of model libraries because there is so much you need to model and basically fill in to create a realistic, believable scene. It's just too much for one artist to do. So it's very common to make use of model libraries. So what I want you to do is click the link in the description and you will find this model, the wood utensils, which we're going to put in the background, is a free model. Okay. And it's available in multiple softwares. The one we're looking for is the Blender file. So hit download on that. And then just like before, unzip the file that you receive. And inside it, you should see a bunch of textures.
Okay. All right. So we're going to download his wooden utensils for free. Oh, no, I have to make an account. Hold on. sign up with Google. Okay, go to his utensils model, download for Blender. Go to our folder, Blender, donut. Okay, cool. Come on, disk. You got this. All right, utensils jar. We got our folder. We'll unzip to a folder. Okay.
And then one.blend file. Then we're going to go to File. You would think Import, but actually this is for external file extensions, like not blend files. If you want to import a blend file, it's actually the Append option. Okay, so now we select that .blend file.
Append, okay.
And now we're actually reading the blend file. We're reading the information inside that blend file, and it's saying, what do you want to import? Do you want to import just a single object from that blend file? Do you want to import a texture or a material, perhaps? But in a lot of cases, if it's just a blend file that contains like one model, it's often going to be in a collection, a single collection. So go into collection and then just look at the one that's there.
Utensils jar.
And now, even though there is multiple objects as part of this, it's just brought all of them, and it's put it into a collection already, utensils jar 001. So now I'm just going to move this into the back of my scene, and that's it. So that's how to import data from one blend file into another. It's going a little slow for me. I'm going to move that. There we go. So I just want it, somewhere in the background like that. The other thing I want to show you how to do is how to install an add-on. Because although you might think that's kind of like an advanced user thing, you will very quickly realize that a lot of workflows rely on add-ons. So add-ons are very powerful, and there's a lot of them out there, and it's not actually clear how to install add-ons to beginners, so I thought I would include that. So obviously, we're going to use the Polygon add-on. I mentioned this earlier. It just lets you like download and import objects with one click, and there's a bunch of free models in here as well, so you can actually get started with those and do some interesting things. Click the link in the description. This will take you to the download page, and you're just looking to download that. Great, so you can see it's downloaded a single zip.
Oh god, it's the horrifying Sonic CD US boss music. The most fucked up, evil boss theme for a Sonic game you could imagine. Okay, so he wants us to download the add-on.
Importantly, you do not want to unzip that zip file. And the reason is that Blender installs add.
Hold up. I guess we'll do that. All right, go to the Polygon Blender add-on. Download our Blender add-on. All right. Oh yeah, I forgot about sleeping. No sleep. No sleep needed.
Add-ons from the zip file that is unextracted. So to install an add-on, you go to Edit, Preferences, Add-ons, and at the top click on Install, then locate where you...
Where is it?
You downloaded the
Preferences?
zip, install an add-on, you go to Edit, Preferences,
Edit, Preferences,
Add-ons, and then at the top click on
Edit, Preferences, Add-ons, install from disk, Polygon add-on Blender, .zip. There we go.
Install, then locate where you downloaded the zip file, just that there, and then just hit install. And now if it's correct, if it's like found and located an add-on inside that zip file, it should then automatically take you to the name of that add-on in the search, so you just have it there. And then to enable
See you around. All right, have a good one. See ya.
Single click to check it, and it's now enabled.
Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining me on my donut journey.
Now, obviously, every add-on will have a different way of accessing it, but commonly they are in the sidebar, which is exactly where the Polygon one is. So you'll see the tab here. They might actually be changing the sidebar at some point in the future, but for now, this is, anyway, how it is. So then, just go log in via browser. It's going to take you to the website. It'll say login confirmed. Return back to the add-on, and you can type in free, and you can see a whole bunch of different assets there. So actually, one that I will import, if I go to my models section, and then go to vegetation, there's a bunch of different plants here. There's like 4 free ones, I believe, so you can use one of those. I'm going to be using a paid one, just this spider one I thought looked quite nice. But yeah, you can access one of these free ones if you want to. And there we go.
Models, vegetation. How do I...
Awesome. So this is our
Where are the free ones?
Nice. But yeah, you can access one of these free ones if you want to. And a paid one, just this spider one, I thought looked quite nice. But yeah, you can access one of these free ones if you.
Okay. Ones. Oh, here's a fig plant. This one's free. Okay. We gotta go hunting for the free ones. What is this? Zanzibar? Caveria, is that a succulent I see? Oh, this one's kind of pretty too. Monstera. Agave, I like that one too. Oh, they have aloe vera. All right, let's see.
If you want to. And there we go. Awesome. So this is our render. We are nearing the finish line. I can feel it. We're getting close. So
all right, let's go with the agave, I guess. Import 2K. And here it is. That's kind of big. Oh my. It's gonna be clipping if I don't move it. Okay, maybe that one's too big. Maybe we could just scale it though.
So and there we go.
Hmm. It's not even fitting in the frame. Although you could just adjust the FOV, but nah, let's just go with a different plant. Oh no, it went in the same collection. Yeah, we'll go with this little guy. Oops. One of these guys. One of these guys. Hello, Rose. Where are the cute little poly waifus? Where are they? Where are they? Sorry, we're doing donuts today. Here. This is your wife now. She's a donut now. She turned into a donut. You know, I appreciate the subtlety of like this kind of plant, but I feel like it's not pairing as well with the vibe of this. Oh no. Okay. So I guess we'll do the leaf fig. Oh god, it's huge. It's absolutely massive. Oh no. You know what? We'll go with you. Maybe we'll just scale it up a bit. Just slightly larger than life. Alright, let's see. The frame, how's it looking? Yeah, where's the waifu? Just use prompts, bro. Putting effort is in the past. Damn. Damn it. I don't want to admit that you're right.
Awesome. So this is our render. We are nearing the finish line. I can feel it. We're getting close. So join me in the next part. We're going to dive into the composition and then animation and then the final render. So click here and I'll see you there. We are on the home stretch. Well done.
Alrighty, let's see how that looks rendered, though. Got our little succulent in the background. Got our wooden utensils in the shade. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is truly one of the donuts of all time. I think let's adjust the camera actually. Let's see. Move it up a bit more and then rotate it down. Get the whole plate in frame. That's looking kind of nice. It's looking all right. I feel like we want more of the. Did he? I think he did. He scale the utensils as well. Let's see. Considering this framing. There's our plant succulent. We can scale the plant down a bit. We can also scale the utensils jar a bit. And let's see. Why is the camera so fast here? Yeah, just frame the whole plate in there. Although we're catching a tiny bit of the end of the counter there, actually. Yeah, we're kind of limited on how we can adjust our thing. But I guess we could just move the whole everything. Move everything over a tiny bit. And now oh yeah, my artistic vision. My donut artistic vision.
It's a lot of work, a lot to retain, but well done for sticking with it. Now, a couple of things before we jump into compositing, the fun compositing stuff. I noticed a couple of things that I could tweak to the lighting just to improve it. It's important we do it now because what we're going to do next relies on the lighting being correct. So the first is I noticed that the light rotation, it would be a little bit better if I rotated it so it's almost like a 90-degree, like completely side on to the donuts. So that's a pretty simple change. The other one I noticed is that I'm getting this like kind of ugly bounce light coming off this, both the plate and into the table. So to fix that, I can just move, right? Go into edit mode, edge select mode, select the edge of this window, and then if I just drag it, you'll see that the light just disappears off the front there. And now I have control of the light. Now the other thing, speaking of control, I noticed looking at this wall, like I was trying to tweak it.
Okay. All right. Let's try out his tweaks, because I believe in those. All right, let's see. World, sky texture, right? And then what did he do? He adjusted the.
Now I have select the edge of this like kind of ugly. Gonna do next.
Or that.
Home stretch. Well done for sticking with the series. It's a lot of work, a lot to retain, but well done for sticking with it. Now, a couple of things before we jump into compositing, the fun compositing stuff. I noticed a couple of things that I could tweak to the lighting just to improve it. And it's important we do it now because what we're going to do next relies on the lighting being correct. So the first is I noticed that the light rotation, it would be a little bit better if I rotated it so it's almost like a 90.
All right, bye-bye. My DoorDash just arrived. Penguin Zero streaming. You're gonna watch Critical? All right, understandable. I'm eating my burger and fries, watching the long play video games Reactive for the next hour. Watching The King. All right, have fun. Have fun watching Moist Critical.
Like completely side on to the donuts. So that's a pretty simple change. The other one I noticed is that I'm getting this like kind of ugly bounce light coming.
Okay, what do you want? He wanted the light more side on.
but well done for sticking with it. Now, a couple of things before we jump into compositing, the fun compositing stuff. I noticed a couple of things that I could tweak to the lighting just to improve it. And it's important we do it now because what we're going to do next relies on the lighting being correct. So the first is I noticed that the light rotation, it would be a little bit better if I rotated it.
Oh, hello, Will. Hydrate and stretch. All right. There you go. I hydrated. I'm stretching. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, I cracked my back. Okay, I stood up for that one.
So it's almost like a 90-degree, like completely side onto the
donuts. The noise suppression probably.
So that's a pretty simple change. The other one I noticed is that
probably
I'm getting
wouldn't
this
let you hear that,
ugly bounce light coming off
I
this.
cracked my back.
Both the plate. And
what do you just?
The other one I noticed is almost like a 90-degree, like completely side onto
the sun rotation. Okay. Like almost 90 degrees. Yeah, maybe a bit that way, right? Ooh, that looks pretty dramatic. Yeah, that looks pretty nice, actually. Okay.
So that's a pretty simple change. The other one I noticed is that I'm getting this like kind of ugly bounce light coming off this, both the plate and the table. So to fix that.
The placement of the pink donut's pissing me off again. I'm never going to stop placing these donuts, am I? Here's the thing. I'm trying to find the balance between like believability and then this placement being visually interesting. And I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. I guess I could try putting it more in the center again. Man. Man. Now cast a spell of leave it alone, you got shit to do. No. No, I have to place these perfectly. Ooh, I have to... My artistic vision is incomplete if these donuts are not placed in a way that is satisfactory to me. Do I want it further in the back, actually? Chat. A/B test this for me. No, that looks boring because it's the same as the one it's under. That looks unrealistic. That looks, I don't know, a bit visually boring. I'm like the speedrunner meme where he's like mashing the table and goes, yeah, yeah. But for moving this freaking donut. I guess I should think more about the angle relative to the camera, actually. Because if this one's... Make that more visible to the camera, then we get to see more of the icing on top, which is nice. And then we got to balance the believability of that donut rotation. Versus having it not feel too similar to the one below it. So maybe a bit further back. That kind of works. Just make it a bit more angled upwards. Tiny bit like that. This is like advertisers trying to find the perfect angle to show off their unrealistically perfect fast food burgers. Do I believe this placement? This gap is just screaming at me. Makes it feel weird. What if we did something like this? Ooh, now we're thinking outside the box. I kind of like that, actually. Plus, if we have them all sort of angled towards the camera a bit, then that kind of works too. Oh, I kind of like that, actually. And it better separates like the red, white, and blue from the more traditional, the classic pink frosted and chocolate frosted. Did any of you read a book as like in kindergarten? I think it was called Arnie, the something donut, and it was about like a chocolate frosted donut with sprinkles. I don't even remember what the plot was, if he was like a donut that wanted to get eaten or didn't want to get eaten or something. I don't even know, but I have a vague memory of reading a children's book by that name. I'm liking the composition more now, but I'm still not sure where to put this pink donut. Like, its rotation just seems a little off. I don't know why I'm spending this much time on freaking pink donut. I guess the concern is the believability of placing it precariously between these two donut stacks. It would probably have to be more on top of the donuts, like so. This is one of the donuts of all time. Oh yeah, how you liking that donut stack? How do you like them apples? Huh? Is this our most interesting? Drip pattern. Yeah, we can do something like that. Alright, let's see how it looks rendered. The believability is getting to me again. Actually, I'm thinking, what if we do something like this? So it's on top of all the donuts here. Now I feel like it's a bit too forward. So maybe we just move it back a tiny bit, so it's less prominent in the shot. Move it up, rotate it a tiny bit. I think ideally we'd want to do like a rigid body simulation, although I suppose it can't hurt to let it clip a bit, as long as it's like believable. Now the pink donut's really prominent in the overall scene. And I'm not sure if we want it to be that way. That's feeling a bit better, actually. I kind of like this. Needs to be clipping a little less into the red donut. Now is this believable? Hmm. 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 Right, just a tad bit further out, tad bit further forward. And just a tad bit more into the blue. Yeah, that's looking good. Yeah, look at the donuts, man. This is satisfying my senses. Oh man, I'm getting hungry. This is making me want to eat the donuts now. Oh man, we spent so much time not doing the tutorial and just doing like tiny adjustments, but oh, I'm liking that. I'm liking that placement. Donuts. Donuts.
That I can just move, right? Go into edit mode, edge select mode, select the
okay.
The edge of this window, and then if I just drag it, you'll see that the light.
He was going to drag this side, this edge, inwards to cast the shadow just before the plate.
It just disappears off the front.
Or just into the beginning of the plate. But my donuts are leaning... They're outside the plate. This chocolate donut is outside the plate. Let's see the lighting now.
Up there. And now I have control of the light. Now the other thing, speaking of control...
I kind of like the reflection, the light in front of the plate though. Although, I don't know, maybe, let's see. That shadow he wanted like right up to the plate. Yeah, so now the very front of the chocolate donut is in shadow. Just kind of neat, actually.
I noticed looking at this wall, like I was trying to tweak it and just try to improve it, but this is like a huge source of light, right? And so if you look on our donut, it's not very controlled, right? I could either, if I want to fill in this space, I could increase the brightness of that wall, but you can see it throws light just everywhere, and I don't really have any control over it. So, change my mind, let's not use that as a fill source. Let's just drop the value to 0, so there is now no light coming off of that wall. It is a black void, which is actually pretty, I mean, that's like a photographer holding up a black fill card.
Okay, we could try that. Let's see. Material, the black wall. Color. Oh, that's dramatic now. I think we have a tiny bit of light reflecting off.
Card next to a face. And instead... excuse me. Okay. Quick break there. Had to get a drink of water. Instead... I'm going to add in a lamp, okay? So I'm going to shift right mouse click so that I drop it on the ground here in front, sorry, to the side. And then I'm going to go shift A, and I'm going to add in not a point lamp, not a sun, but an area lamp. Okay, so this is what it looks like. It's just, it looks like...
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, let's try this thing. Okay, so this is fully black now. Shift A, add... Wait, what do you add?
Not a point lamp, not a sun, but an area lamp.
Object mode. Shift A, add light area.
Okay, so this is what it looks like. It's just, it looks like a plane, right? Flat square thing, and it casts it in the direction of that arrow. So I want to rotate it along the y-axis, just holding down control, and in the top left you can see we get a 90-degree angle, so that's what I'm looking for. And then the size of this, I want to drop the size in the setting there. Okay, so I just can go really small actually. And now, if I pull in close with rendered view mode, we should see a lot more control over where that fill light goes. All right, so I can pull it in nice and close, right? Now, it's obviously way too bright, so I'll just now dial that back like so. And I can now pull it forward so that I get the fill light exactly where I want. But that's, you know, that's 3D, right? You try out an idea and you're like, okay, that could work. And then you look at it and you're like, maybe not. You know, I'll try a different one. But yes, I'm just going to give it a bit of a yellowy tint, and that's better. Awesome. Okay, so now we can do some compositing. But first of all, what is it? Well, the compositor is a way to add effects.
All right, I am admiring the fill light. All right, let's see.
You know, I'll try a different one.
Yeah, I'm liking the warm color. Maybe not too warm, so we don't have the AI piss filter. All right.
But yeah, so I'm just going to give it a bit of a yellowy tint, and that's better. Awesome. Okay, so now we can do some.
He reduced the power, didn't he? Be dark. Yo, and his piss filter love. Piss filter stream. My super laser piss. Yeah, our donuts are looking pretty dramatic. I feel like we want a bit more light.
Some compositing. But first of all, what is it? Well, the compositor is a way to...
Did he? Oh, he reduced the size, didn't he? Where do you even put the...
maybe not. Right, so I can pull it in.
You put it like right...
Nice and close. Right. That's obviously way too bright, so I'll just now dial that back.
Okay, so you put it like right next to the donuts, right outside the frame, which makes sense. That's how you'd want to light that in real life, right? So if our camera's here, let's make sure we place it like next to the donuts. And then make sure it's just out of frame. Take a look at the rendered view. Okay.
Like so. And I can now pull it forward so that I get the fill light exactly where I want.
The reflection is visible. We don't want that because it's a pretty unnatural looking light. I should probably adjust the size of the camera just so I can actually see where it's looking, but let's see. Yeah, a bit hard to edit like this when you're... Okay, we don't see the direct reflection of the light. That's good.
But that's, you know, that's 3D, right? You try out an idea, you're like, okay, that could work, and then you look at it and you're like, maybe not. You know, I'll try a different one. But yeah, so I'm just going to give it a bit of a yellowy tint, and that's better. Awesome. Okay, so now we can do some...
I'll use his setting, which is 600 milliwatts. And maybe a bit more orange, a bit warmer. Kind of hard to see the colors when you have to wait so long to re-render. I got yelled at the firing range. I called it goggles. They told me to wear a piss filter. Yellow piss filter goggles.
Some compositing. But first of all, what is it? Well, the compositor is a way to add effects to the final render. So that could be everything from a simple color grade.
You can see the shape of the icing over here, where I sculpted it like that. That's fine.
To like really stylized renders. So in our case, we're going to use it to add glare to better emulate a camera. That's really the purpose for this tutorial. So at the top of your screen, click on the compositor tab. So this will arrange your screen again, disorient you for a moment. But yeah, wouldn't you believe it? It's another node screen. So click use nodes at the top there. For whatever reason, they always appear off your screen.
Nodes.
At least in my case, maybe it appears on yours. But if you middle mouse up or just scroll down, you should be able to see it. Or you can just hit the home key as well, and that'll bring it into focus. So it's actually pretty similar to like geometry nodes in that on the left-hand side, this is your original, like what you started with, your original render. And then on the right-hand side, it's going to be your final output. Like that's what's going to be saved to an image. And then in between here, you can put whatever it is you want. You could put a color grade. You could do some post-processing glare and shine and things like that. But before we can see anything because normally you would see your result here. We can't for two reasons. The first is we haven't done a render, okay? It's not enough to just look in like rendered view mode here, right? This is just like a temporary view whilst we're moving around. We have to do a proper render by hitting F12. But if we did one right now, we'd be waiting a while because the maximum samples is 4,000, which is maybe, it's probably pretty good for like film animation production quality, but it's overkill. And especially for this, like we're just doing some test renders. So let's set it to 100 samples and that'll do it way faster.
All right, noted. Where was that? Here, sampling render. Max samples. Oh, okay. We'll do 100 for testing.
So I'll hit F12 on that. There we go. So that came through for me.
Press F12 to render. Okay, it's in a separate window, so it's not showing on screen, but I am, in fact, rendering an image here. Oh, that's taking a while, even for the 100 samples. Still some noise. Ooh, it's stuck at samples 96 out of 100. Okay, there we go. Render done. Oh wow, that actually does get rid of a lot of noise. Neat. Okay.
7 seconds. Again, I got 430/90s. It'll probably be a little slower if you're on a laptop, but yeah, just, be patient. It'll come through. Now go to the compositing tab, and we still can't see.
Can I guess not. Okay, well.
Because we need to add a viewer node and connect it to this. And you can do that just by holding down Control, Shift, and then left-clicking on your render layer. And now we have a viewer.
Wait, what do you do? Control, Shift, left-click. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we have the render. Hey, you can see it.
Node, and in the background we have our render. So some people find it like a little weird to have the render in the background. You can move it around just by holding down Alt and then middle mouse button, and then middle mouse button will move your nodes around. So Alt, middle mouse button for the background, and then middle mouse for the nodes.
Alt, middle mouse. Middle mouse for nodes. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, whoops, we disconnect the image. There we go. Okay. Our viewer, and then we have our composite, and I guess our render is larger than this viewport because I have it, yeah, like this size. So understandable.
As a very quick example, let's do a simple color adjustment. So adjustment, color balance, right? Drop this in here. Now
okay, all right. What's that? Shift A. Color. What do you do? Color balance. Color adjust color balance. Okay.
If you just dropped it into your viewer node, then this would be just what is going to be shown in the background here, but it wouldn't be saved in your render until it went through your composite node. But for just this quick effect, it's good enough. So this is a graders know exactly what this is, but it's for.
Okay, so put this in the viewer for testing here.
Or on the left-hand side, your blacks, right? Your midtones is in the middle, and the right-hand side is your highlights. So if I wanted to make, I don't know, like a cooler midtone, and then like a warmer highlight, right? And then, I don't know, something for the blacks, like make it more green. I don't know, just make something horrible. You could do it here. You can make simple color adjustments. You could do it there. And your original render hasn't changed. This is just a post-processing step. But actually, on the note of making things look more contrasted and punchy, I wouldn't actually bother with the color balance node. We used to, but now Blender has some pretty good color management.
Okay, so we're not using color balance node.
Just remove it, but retain its connection.
Okay, Control X, remove retain connection. Okay.
Settings to color management. There is a look drop down here. So if you set this to high contrast, that's exactly.
Okay. Where were we? Color management. At the bottom here. Okay. For AgX, and then none punchy. Grayscale. Very high contrast. High contrast. Ooh,
exactly the same as like what we were doing there, like trying to like increase the highlights or reduce the midtones. It's a very common thing to try and make something look punchier. And these looks will do that, but do it really well. A lot of people make the assumption that this is like you shouldn't use these or it's gonna like mess with the colors in some way. And like other applications, true. A lot of like art apps, they just, you know, you use one of their contrast settings, it just starts like clipping highlights and things. But this was designed by Troy Sobotka, who understands color science and color management. So it's a proper S-curve. You won't have any clipping going on. So I use this all the time. Usually the one I go for is a medium high contrast look, and it just makes a really nice looking result. By the way,
I think we need more exposure on the camera. Right? This looks a little like dark, right? Or is that not on the camera? That's in the scene? Well. Scene. Oh no, it's right there. Okay, that's easy. Okay, noted. Positing. Let's see, -1. Let's read a bit right. Minus 1.5. He was at -2. So let's try minus 1.5 for this. Yeah. I feel like a lower contrast actually kind of works because maybe it's because of our saturated colors already. But this is more dramatic. All right, let's see.
Just a quick mention, in 4.0, this version of Blender, we switched the view transform through to AGX, which creates more realistic looking images, because previously it was on Filmic and it looked like this. And you can see the difference is AGX it just looks more real. But the reason for that is that Filmic was, and actually the same with Aces right now, the film, like the one, the Academy, all the people in VFX use and everything, it's got this same problem. But when you've got color, the more exposed a color is, it should actually start to desaturate. But what Aces and what Filmic was doing is it was making that color more and more saturated. So that's why these bright colors here are just starting to get ugly, right? But AGX fixes that and it starts to behave more like film, where it desaturates those colors as it exposes for it. So very cool.
Spent so long gushing over his Cartman donuts he's only gotten quarter way through in 3 hours. So true. So true.
While I'm here as well, I'm just going to increase the exposure a bit. It's going to blow it out a little. Anyway, we'll
fix
it
he
a
also
bit with
increased
the
exposure.
But anyways, okay, back to the compositor. So
right.
One thing that I often use a compositor for is for what you see in the real world, which is glare, right? If you've got a shiny metallic object, a bumper or something like that, you want to have that starburst, right, coming off it, because that's what you see in the real world. You see it with your eyes, like if you squint at something in the distance, you'll see like like this kind of like starburst around like a street light at night. That's actually because of the eyelashes on your eye. But on a camera, it's for a different reason. It's because of the optical elements. It's kind of like refracting around itself, and it's creating this starburst look. I don't understand it fully, but I know that it's an artifact which has artistic use as well. So we are going to add it. It is a little fiddly.
I always hear people I always hear about how the Starburst lens flares and stuff are like a thing with the camera and not with the human eye, but actually my eyesight's a little messed up, so I see starbursts normally. I've seen them for like as long as I can remember. I'm like pretty nearsighted. And then if I'm wearing glasses, I still kind of see them.
I'll be honest, like other software, they just have a button and it just like adds the bloom and the glare and stuff. We have to do this for now. So Shift A, we probably could if more people donated to Blender, right? We could have stuff like this, but anyways, so not to kill you all. Filter, glare, okay, and that was Shift A by the way, same hot.
That's really convenient that you can adjust the exposure after you've done the render already.
It works everywhere.
What do you, Shift A?
And drop this in. Filter, glare.
Filter, glare, oh okay. Filter, glare. Also, I'm probably gonna cut it soonish. Oh my god, it's so... Oops. Oh my god, look at that. Look at the glare.
Okay, and that was...
Yeah, I'm probably gonna end this soonish. Yeah, I'll say after this lesson, because it's getting kind of late and I have not gotten nearly as far as I thought I'd get. But it looks like we're getting close to animation. So I might... Yeah, we'll do the next few lessons because that goes up to the start of the animation. So we'll finish this like compositing step.
Shift A, by the way, same hotkey works everywhere.
Right.
And drop this in. Okay,
Glare.
so we've got little starbursts. We've only got 4, which is not ideal. We want as many as we can get, really. So drag it up to 16. That's better. Now,
oh my god, what?
there's 2 values here you really want to change. The first is the as many as we can get, really. So drag it up to 16. That's better.
What's that? Oh, the streaks. Oh, the streaks. Yeah, raise that. Oh god.
Now, there's 2 values here you really want to change. The first is the threshold, as many as we can get, really, and drop this in. Okay, so we've got little starbursts. We've only got 4, which is not ideal. We want as many as we can get, really. So drag it up to 16. That's better. Now, there's 2 values here you really want to change. The first is the threshold. That'll decide how much of the image is affected. Like, as I drag this up in value, it means only the really bright stuff is going to be affected. If you drag it really low, then like everything is going to give off a starburst, and it's not going to be what you want. And the other one is the mix value. So if you drag it all the way to 1, then it's going to be just the effect by itself. If you drag it all the way to -1, it's going to be the original render. So if you wanted a nice blend between it, you could go like a -0.9 or something, and then you've got the starburst over the top of the original render. But if you want to blend this with something else, I find it best to actually drag the mix all the way to 1, so that we're just...
Wait, is there no mix in our version? Streaks, iterations, fade, color, streak angle, saturation, strength.
Just looking at the effect by itself, I can then also, let me just quickly adjust the threshold so that I'm only getting...
Oh, okay. I don't see the effect mix or anything. Also, I think we hit the end. No, there's still more of the soundtrack. Where are we? Hold on. All right, wacky workbench.
Getting it in the really bright places. Yep, that's good. And then I can blend it with another effect that I want. So I'm going to hit Control-Shift-D, and that's going to duplicate it, but it's going to keep it connected to my render layer here. And then this one, I'm going to make the fog glow, because look.
Oh, huh. Wait. Fog glow streaks. Streaks, quality. I can't tell the difference.
Reference, it's not.
Oh, wait. I think I see what they changed. So image here, and then glare. Glare is the generated glare. Highlights is the extracted highlights from which the glare was generated. Oh, so wait, if we do... Okay, this is just the highlights. This is just the glare. And then this is just the image. So they got rid of the mix setting and replace it with these separate outputs. Okay,
but it's going to keep it connected to my render layer here. And then this one, I'm going to make the fog glow.
All right, so what he did... Glare into our viewer? Yeah, okay. And then he adds another glare. Filter. Glare. The Kuwahara filter. Image into this one. This one is the fog glow.
Because looking at reference, it's not just a starburst, but it's also got a like a glare, like this glow, blurry glow coming off it. So the fog glow is that one, right? It's just that. And let's increase this.
Yeah, the fog glow looks like...
Size, I think.
Wait. Highlights. Glare.
And let's set the quality to high. Do we need high quality? Yeah, I think it looks better. All right.
High quality? Okay.
Increase the size, I think. And let's set the quality to high.
Okay. So fog glow.
Do we need high quality? Yeah, I think it looks better. All right, so...
Glare, size, highlights, threshold.
First, to blend this all together with the render layer, what we want to do is, just like you would do in Photoshop, if you would use a blend mode, you would set the blend to screen or add. We can do that by blending with Shift-A, color, mix color. Okay.
All right. Add. Color, mix color. Okay. Okay.
So this, we're going to drag in both of our glare effects. And then instead of mix, we're going to set it to add. So that will just basically ignore the black values, and it will just take the white values and combine them on the top of each other. All right. Now, the way Blender works, unlike Photoshop, where it's like top to bottom, in this case, it's bottom input up. So this factor value will define how bright the bottom input is. Okay. It's a little weird, I guess, in that respect, but so this is the strength of that bottom input. Yeah. So when you're blending something and you want to control it, you just put it in our case. So the streaks, it's way too heavy. So I just want to go like a 0.2 or something like that. Really, really subtle, even lower. Goodness. it's really heavy, this streak. I don't know why it is so bright, but I never want it as bright as it is. Okay, and now to blend it with the original render.
All right. Yeah, let's adjust these other sliders on the... These are the streaks. Threshold, we can increase the threshold. We can... What's this? Fade out factor? Ooh. Okay.
For my final trick, I duplicate that, drop it in here, and put this into the bottom input, and I'll connect this to my viewer, and then let's set this to a 1. By the way, so the composite, maybe I explain, anyway, the composite is going to be what's saved into your...
Oh, was that... Okay, that was add? Okay. Add into another add. Okay, so add... Are... Do the...
and then let's set this to a 1. By the way...
Did the glare... Yeah, the glare on the bottom. And then the original image on top. And then that goes into our viewer and also into... Yeah, the composite, the final. Okay, so... I can barely see the shiny glare. Oh, look at that. Look at that highlight there. I kind of like that though. Okay, and then the fog glow.
By the way, so the composite, maybe I explain. Anyway, the composite
so
is going to be what's saved
bright.
into your render. The viewer is just going to be what is displayed in your background here. So if you don't have something connected into the composite, it's not going to be saved when you do the render.
I think I want the fog glow to be pretty subtle. And the streaks, I'm not sure how I feel about the streaks.
Okay, but that's pretty good. So that's how we've got a very quick glare effect over everything. It's a little heavy. I might just drop it back a bit because we want it to be just enough that you can see it, but not crazy. By the way, if you want to zoom in your backdrop, you can hit V, will shrink.
Let's do something like, yeah, lower the factor here for adding the glare to the image. And then we'll adjust our thresholds here. So you want the fog glow a bit more visible, then something like that. I think I want more fog glow than I want the streaks. Streaks can be pretty subtle. But have the overall effect be also pretty subtle. At like, I don't know, 2.5? 0.25? Now you kind of can't see the streaks at all. Although that's kind of good, though? That looks kind of good, though. What do you think?
The size of it, and Alt-V will zoom in. They really need a better one. I agree. I agree with that.
Alt-V?
Yeah, it definitely could be better. I think that zoom in your backdrop, you can hit V, will shrink the size of it, and Alt-V will zoom in. They really need a better one. I agree. I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, it definitely could be better. I think there's... Oh, you can control it like that. Okay, so if you hit your viewer node, you've got these little... okay, you can do it like that as well. But yeah, V and Alt-V, it's like...
What do you... viewer node? Oh, you can do this. Oh, okay.
Keyboard shortcut from the old days of Blender. And anyways, all right. Dial back. I don't want to go too heavy. Like the thing with post processing when you're doing stuff in the compositor is you can, like you just get like distracted. You just get like hypnotized by the effect. And it's so common to have a render that a beginner has done that's actually pretty solid, but then they have just really hammed up the post processing effect. So don't do that. Don't get overly obsessed with it because it's almost certainly overkill. You just need to dial it back to like less than you're comfortable with, and then it's probably right. Because whilst you're adding,
let's adjust the exposure again, actually. Yeah, that's looking right. Yeah.
adding it, you get really excited. Anyways, that's what I found myself. The other thing I'll show you is if we just...
Hear that, Neo? Dial it back! Dial it back! I'm dialing it back! I'm liking the subtlety of the glare, but I think, yeah, we can lower the overall effect. Actually, yeah, 0.13.
Don't know why dope sheet is the selected one. Makes no sense for the compositing layout. But if you click the little drop down in the top left, change it to 3D viewport. And now in rendered mode, click the little drop down next to it, and you should see at the bottom you've got options for compositor. So let's click always. And what you'll see is that the compositor effect, what's happening up here, is now being composed live over the top of your viewport. And this is a very new feature. I think it's actually 4.0, so it's officially added in. But it's huge because it means you can do and preview your effects whilst you're looking around your scene. So you could like look at this, like, hey, I can see the exact amount of that glare that's coming off it. You could do, you can do crazy stuff in the compositing, and it'll show through. Like as an example, there's a new Kawahara filter that looks like it's kind of like painterly style. And you can you can preview it like live in the 3D view. It's like I feel like I'm looking at a painting right now, right?
Wait, that's cool. I want to see that. What's that? Viewer. Kawahara filter. Put it in here. Ooh, look at that. Our painted donuts. Ooh.
Right? It's really crazy that you can do this real time. So I'm really glad it's finally in there because it's been talked about for like a year, I think was when it was first previewed. So it's really cool that it's finally in here. So one thing I will use it for actually is to check that the threshold that I've set for the fog and the streaks is actually correct. So I'm going to look through let's go to the streaks. I think streaks is it's a bit slow, but anyways, let's pull in here. And let's...
Oh, wait, what is he doing?
Just take a look. I might have to add...
We just remove that. Oh wait, that's the wrong way. Image. What did he do? Hold on. Glare, and okay, fog glow and the streaks, and then this goes in here. Okay, so if I want to preview, then I just do this, right?
Add in a little bit. Okay, there we go. I have to add in a little bit of the original render so I can actually see, but I just want to make sure that it's mostly...
Oops. Hold on, let's do it this way.
Coming through on the metallic objects. So I might actually try increasing. So you can see as it's like all the way at 0, you're just getting everything. It's going to get star beams. But then as I increase it slowly, it starts to disappear. And then the only thing that's really getting it is those metallic objects. And that's generally the look that I want to go.
Right. Okay. So what do we...
So
what are we trying to see? How do you set up his notes so we could preview that? I guess we want to look at just the... I guess we'll just do this. We'll view just the glare right now. And we want to adjust the threshold so that only our shiny sprinkles are getting the starbursts, the streaks.
Sure that it's mostly coming through on the metallic objects. So I might actually try increasing. So you can see as it's like all the way at 0, you're just getting everything. It's going to get star beams. But then as I increase it slowly, it starts to disappear. And then the only thing that's really getting it is those metallic objects. And that's generally the look that I want to go for. So I went for a much higher amount threshold for that. Anyways, you could have a different amount for the glow, but I think it's generally one and the same effect, so I think they should have the same threshold. So I'm actually going to just mouse over this and hit Control-C, and then mouse over this and hit Control-V. So that's how you can copy values.
Oh, mouse over the threshold, and then mouse over the threshold and control. Oh, you can do that. Oh, okay.
Let me just preview that. Yeah, the fog glow looks pretty good. Oh, it's on.
If we look at just the fog glow, then... Yeah, we only see it on mostly the shiny sprinkles. Oh, okay.
That's why it's going to be a little bit slow. If you set it to medium, I think it'd be a little bit more interactive. But anyways, the GPU compositing, I'll say, is very new. As I mentioned, it's this release. And it actually, for 4.0, the actual final render, like when you hit render and it creates the 2D image, it's actually still going to be using the CPU. Apparently in 4.1, maybe 4.2, it will change and it'll be fully GPU at that point. But until then, you will have like slightly longer...
It's fine.
Times just because of the compositor. Because the compositor has been famously slow in Blender for years. It's only just now that it's being improved. So we're not really going to do a lot with the compositor. Like, I really generally think you don't want to go overkill. You can just add too many like bells and whistles to the compositor. But really, like, if you want to do like drastic changes, you should try to do it in the scene, unless you're doing something crazy like Spider-Verse, in which case it's all stylized, right? But try to do it in the scene because, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it can be more of like a crutch. You tend to like lean towards like, I'll fix it in the compositor, I'll improve it in the compositor, and it doesn't. One thing you might want to add is underneath, where is it? Transform, lens distortion. Okay, if you add in this node.
Okay, I'm looking at the sprinkles. Right, it's really noticeable on this top one because I think the sun is like directly hitting the shiny sprinkle and reflecting it into our eyes. Oh, the sun. On the left, yeah, it's kind of less noticeable. It's more on the actual, or yeah, there's like that glint on this metallic sprinkle. Yeah, mostly on the sprinkles. But yeah, we'll go with 0.15, I think.
This can replicate an effect that is actually in all cameras as well, and that's lens distortion, right? So you can see, it actually makes more sense to actually see it on the 2D image. So I'll put that in the background there. But basically where the edges of a shot, it's like if you take a photo with your iPhone on like a wide, it's most visible on like wider lenses, but the straight vertical things start to look bent. And it's barrel distortion, and there's no way to get around it unless you use a pinhole camera. It's kind of interesting thing, but it's all because of the optics of the lens that bends the objects like that. So anyways, it is in all objects. It does though, because it's like a post effect, it does kind of blow, so it's like manipulating those pixels. So it means those pixels aren't going to be as sharp. So I generally don't like it for that reason. But if you want to, you can add this. Just keep it really low, like a 0.1 amount with fit, so that it doesn't get that TV screen look on the edges. And then the other thing you could add is a little bit of chromatic aberration.
Wait, how did you do that? Just the image. Oh, disconnect this. Distortion. Ooh. Ooh. Woo. Oh, that's funny. Hold on. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. 0.1.
Get around it unless you use a pinhole camera. It's kind of interesting thing, but it's all because of the optics of the lens that bends the objects like that.
Oh, that's really
so
cool.
Anyways, it is
actually
in all objects.
That's cool.
It does though, because it's like a post effect. It does kind of blow, so it's like manipulating those pixels. So it means those pixels aren't going to be as sharp. So I generally don't like it for that reason. But if you wanted to, you could add this. Just keep it really low, like a 0.1 amount with fit, so that it doesn't get that TV screen look on the edges. And then the other thing you could add is a little bit of chromatic aberration. I'll show you just, this is what that does.
Oh, yeah,
so you can see,
aberration.
this is where it turned up a lot. You can see the edges of the objects, right? It has this kind of, the red and the cyan and the red and the yellow. It like towards the edges of it, it gets this, this kind of separation of the colors. And that is again, a naturally occurring thing that happens with cameras because of the optics. And the cheaper the optics, the cheaper the lens, the more likely it's to happen. But it is there. I try not to use it because it can be very overused and very like, and it just makes it look cheap. Like, hey, this person just discovered there's the chromatic aberration. But if you are going to use it, go really low, really low. Like,
yeah, I see it all the time in like games now.
This, you have to think of the story of.
Look, we did. You know that body cam game that got super popular? Hold up. Look, we body cam now. Body cam donut footage
of the shot, and someone has like framed the shot beautifully, got beautiful sunlight, right? This is a professional has taken this photograph of the donuts on the counter. They're not going to be using a cheap lens, so although there might be some chromatic aberration, it'll be very, very minimal. But if you want that, you know what, I'll keep it in. Yeah, why not? We'll keep it in. But yeah, that's basically what I'm going to do for this. So this is my final node setup. If you'd like to copy it, have at it. The final.
Hold on, let me take a look at that. 0.01 lens distortion and dispersion. Hey, that's also the value I settle on. Fit. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so it crops it to the thing. Ah, okay. I see it now. I see the vision. Alt V to zoom. Yeah. I might turn down the lens or the chromatic aberration just a tiny bit more. .008? 0.007. Yeah, so it's mostly at the edges, because that's how it works. Can I reset the zoom, actually? Eh.
Final thing I'll mention as well is if you want to disable your compositor, like say you're doing some renders and you just want to see it without the post-processing effects on top of it, rather than having to come in here and then reconnect and disconnect a bunch of nodes. Instead, if you just go to your, the output property settings, way at the bottom, you've got post-processing. So if you just uncheck compositing, that means you're only going to be...
Oh, there we go. Compositing off. On. Off. Or is that for the
original render? And then check it again, and it's going to be kicking in whatever is.
I can't tell if it's actually making an immediate change or not. Oh well. Oh wait, is because was it our lens distortion? Okay, there we go.
Is in your compositing settings. But that's it for this video. Click here to watch.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now we see it. There we go.
The next part, and I will see you there. It's time to learn about animation.
Okay, all right. I think we'll stop it there because, yeah, that's it for the compositor part, and I think the rest is going to be the animation part. Although it does look like he makes a few changes to the donuts afterwards. But yeah, alrighty. I'm gonna export this image. Let's make sure we save it. Donut render part 2. All right, there we go. You gonna animate a giant touch pegging next time? No comment. No comment. Just be on the lookout for an independent animator in the future under a completely different name. Just saying. Nah, just kidding. Just kidding. Donut render 2. Oh wow. Here you go. Here's the donut render. Here, actually. All right, hold on. Let's close everything. Let's move this to our background. All right, this is the new stream background. Oh my god, our beautiful donut picture. Look at this. Look, it's amazing. Look at it. Look at the donut. Look at the donuts. Finally. Donuts. And you can see the lens distortion effects we added right at the end, the corner of the image. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Look at the difference from our first render. Where's I'll just show it. Look, here's A. Here's A. Boring plastic. No light. Camera going off the edge of the countertop. New render. Look at that beauty. Wait, I just realized. Wait, I just realized. Hold on. Is the... Oh, I might need to re-render this, actually. The plate. The plate. Wait. In the final render. Wait. Image open... Or open cache render? Oh, no. Donut render part 2. Our second plate was in the render. Wait. Hold on. We're re-rendering this. Layout. So wait, if you have something that's invisible in the... Yeah, because this is the... Yeah, that plate's... It's in the render. Wait. Disable in render. Oh, you disable in renders as well. Okay, so yeah, there's visible in viewport and then visible in the renders. Ah, okay. Damn, fell for the The classic mistake. All right, we're doing the render again. All right, watch my GPU chug. Here's the render window. You can watch it render in real time. Amazing. Are perfect donuts. Perhaps too perfect. Yeah, but it's these post-processing effects that I'm like really noticing when I'm looking at like the anime shaders. Looking at like Warudo Pro and Nilotune. The bloom. You forgot he could have 3 more plates in there. Yeah. Duplicate all these. Alright. Let's save as donut render part 2 fix. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful donuts. And just a tiny bit of glare. You can't even see the streaks. I suppose the clipping into the icing looks maybe a little unnatural since you know, it's like perfectly flat. But yeah, look at it, look at it. Oh, did we even apply the compositor effects? Wait. I can't even tell. Lens distortion. That composite alpha. Let me just check if I increase. Yes. Okay, yeah, that is getting applied. I just set the dispersion to something pretty subtle. Okay. Alrighty. And then if we... There we go. Plate removed. Saved. Saved. Oh my god, look at it. Look at our donuts. I didn't realize there was a separate visibility for in viewport and in renders. Well, anyway, now that we know, and knowing is half the battle, that's our donuts. Alright. Alright, probably gonna call it here because it's pretty late. And yeah, we've got a video to animate once we finish this tutorial. But yeah, thank you all for coming. I'm gonna read names. Time for your parasocial name reading. Elverham is actually doing the work. Actually working. What are you talking about? This is art. Placing those donuts perfectly, that is the work. Alright, thank you P5 Flamingo, thank you Camimoop, thank you Fuzzfit, thank you JK, thank you Will Sleep Snot, thank you Random Perv, thank you Jovan Parkins, thank you Temtempai, thank you Tiki Gaming, thank you Tan572, thank you Hero of Logic, thank you Cute Fat Flamingo, thank you Bear Metal, thank you Chaser Rabbit, thank you Clanker Upstairs, thank you Nicola, thank you Dahlem, and thank you Danica. He has no artist, he's a sugar baby to chat. No! No, never beating the allegations. Ugh. One of these days, you will recognize my artistic donut genius. Or something like that. Honestly, I don't really mind whatever you title me as. Does it really matter if I'm a real artist or not? I'm just doing my thing. I'm making my thing. I'm vibing. Okay. All right. Thanks for watching. Otsu, I'm gonna go munch on these donuts. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. One of these days we'll realize the Joker's comedic genius. I'm the Joker, baby. I'm the donut dog, baby. I should have done... I guess you could argue it's strawberry, chocolate, and vanilla. You could argue the white ones are vanilla. So I guess there is Neapolitan flavor in this. Anyway, All right, let's end this. Let's end this. Who the hell are we rating? Who the hell is live? Who is even still willing to watch something like this? Oh my god, Traub and... Alright, we're rating... let's rate Lulu. Let's rate Lulu and... Who are we rating on Twitch? Who's even here? The used donut. Who's live on Twitch? Oh my god, Burlime's live. We'll raid Burlime. Alright. Never mind. We'll raid... Who are you rating? Ren on Twitch. Okay. Okay. Thanks for watching. Otsu. Otsu. Otsu, bye-bye. Otsu, Neil. Bye. Bye, good night. Have a good night. Thanks for watching. Okay, bye. Okay, bye.